ない。そうそうそう。
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. May I ask you to take your seats so that we can start in 2 minutes or so? Thank you. Thank you and good morning. Welcome back, and I hope you had a nice, relaxing evening. This place I would just like to thank personally for the invitation to the reception by the NGOs. I really enjoyed it, and I hope you all had elsewhere, if you didn't attend, a nice evening. So we are going back to work. First, just to remind you, we have a couple of items open. This regards, the first place, of course, the different resolutions. 7 in total, and I remind you that we should have back tonight some new documents, some draftings, allowing us to have the discussion and probably a solution tomorrow. If any of the drafting groups or the chairs of the drafting groups wish just to give a brief state on the item, of course I will allow you to do so. Otherwise, I'm just expecting that you will inform the Secretariat at the time so that the documents are available and we can then go into the discussion tomorrow during the day. And for all others, Friday will be the last day, so time is moving forward. And as I ask the other remaining item open, 7.1, if it would be possible to have some new information already today, maybe to discuss. So would like to ask if this is possible or if it would be better to refer maybe also tomorrow. So in this regard, may I ask the US?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there will be discussions on that agenda item at lunch today, and I think our goal would be to pick that back up again later this afternoon. That's okay.
Thank you, US. Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Could I report back to the results of the drafting group on the resolution on limited means? Could I?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Drafting group to review the draft resolution on limited means met yesterday evening. Participants included Australia, Brazil, Costa Rica, Japan, Mexico, Netherlands, the United States, and the EU. Australia suggested 2 amendments to the draft resolution in order to make the scope clearer, and all the participants unanimously agreed the proposed amendment. However, Mr. Chairman, I have to inform you with great regret that suddenly, or out of blue, the representative of EU said that they had a fundamental objection to the entire draft, including the use of term governments of limited means. She expressed the view that the legal construct developed by the working group based on the draft guidelines prepared by the US to ensure that the provision of fund was consistent with Article 3.5 had many problems, including those related to governments determining expenses. She also insisted that rigorous rules based on the UN system were needed, but without alternative proposals. Chairman, due to such very negative interventions, unfortunately, I was obliged to suggest to adjourn the drafting group because you instructed me to work on the draft resolution developed by the working group in constructive manner. Drafting group, I believe, is not a place to raise these fundamental issues. I suggested that EU should express these views at the plenary and also asked her if EU had some draft proposed text, the drafting group could consider them. Mr. Chair, I was very much disappointed to the result of the drafting group yesterday, as I did not hear any objections nor negative comments at my working group, at the Finance and Administration Committee, nor at the plenary yesterday. I had believed and felt that we were all positive to cooperate for alleviating the difficult situation faced by the governments of limited means. But very unfortunately, that was not the case. I might have had a mere illusion. Chairman, I apologize to you for the failure to complete my job tasked by you, and also apologize to all the working group members who sincerely participated in this important task with a strong faith to solve the problem. I am very, very sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Of course, it's always disappointing to hear that there was no way forward, but I would first like to give the floor now to the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the European Union. We have some problems with the text as it is now, and therefore we said we need more time and to better look at it. We have some questions, serious questions, but we are prepared and willing to further discuss this, and we also are working on alternative texts to discuss with the other parties. Thank you.
Thank you, the Netherlands. Of course, I would like to keep open as long as possible a specific item, as we have only tomorrow and after tomorrow to maybe decide on. Could you indicate if you could be able to deliver some of this text today, during the day, so that there might be still a possibility to have a document presented tomorrow or to be discussed latest on Friday? Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we think that we can have some text at lunchtime, and so we have time to discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. Would it then be possible, I ask once more, Japan, to reconsider and to try a last effort if there might be the possibility to include or at least first to discuss the points. So that would allow us to keep it a little bit longer open, this agenda item, before we take a definite decision. Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for the representative of Netherlands to suggest something which could make our tasks go forward. But I am afraid the EU representative yesterday clearly mentioned that they have fundamental objections on the draft resolution. So it's really subject to the proposed text, which might be slight change to the draft resolution, but which might be the big much amendment to the draft resolution, which on which we need some more time to digest. So I would really appreciate the representative of EU to circulate the proposed text well before the lunchtime for the working group members to digest the contents. And also, before entering into the substantial discussions on the revised draft resolution, I would like to know what is the fundamental objection, or what would the objective proposal which the EU has. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Japan. I see there is still some controversial view, and then I suggest that we'll give a couple of hours more to digest and to rethink, and then we have to decide how you would like that we proceed. So thank you for Japan, thank you for the Netherlands, and I hope you can find a solution. Otherwise, of course, we will have to decide. And with this, I would like now to start with the next agenda item. That will be agenda item 8, socioeconomic implications on small type whaling. There is one document available on the website. It's IWC66/16. And I would now ask Japan to introduce the document before we go to the discussion. So Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I will speak to the document number IWC6616, document 16. And this is a discussion paper about the issue of small type coastal whaling. But the contents of this discussion paper actually covers much wider issue, or fundamental issue, I should say, about the International Whaling Commission. So some of the issues I will raise now also could be covered under agenda item 12, if I remember correctly, the future of, or the IWCs in the future, the IWC in the future. Okay. So without understanding, let me go through this document so that we will have a basis for discussion. Again, this is a paper for discussion, and I like to have a constructive discussion over this paper. At last meeting, IWC 65, that was held exactly in the same room here, we propose a catch quarter under Schedule 10E in accordance with Schedule 10E, which is called moratorium, as a commercial whaling catch quarter. And our catch quarter is based on the result of a scientific committee's project for RMP, and it is based on that science. As usual, we heard many oppositions. Some of them is based on the legal interpretation or legal position as to Schedule 10E, which is, again, so-called moratorium, or some issues pertaining to the scientific aspects of our the proposal. And throughout the course of the discussion last time, we spent a long time, which I am very grateful, to try to have a common understanding or clear up the understanding of those important issues. And in our view, for example, the based opposition on Schedule 10E does not make legal sense because 10E itself has a language, very clear language, of a comprehensive assessment of a scientific situation of a stock and consider a non-zero catch quarter. So so-called moratorium language is actually a process for resumption of whaling for particular species or particular stock. It's not open for all unlimited whaling. There is misperception that we are asking total lifting of moratorium. That's not the case. We're just asking for a small quota based on science and for a particular species in particular water. That's it. However, as day goes by, it became clearer to me, and that was not surprising based on my experience in this organization since, well, my first time was in 1992. Because many of the positions held by contracting parties of this organization is based on their principal position of against whaling under any circumstances. As I said on Monday, Tuesday, under different agenda items, there are fundamental differences among the parties here about whales and whaling, which is a reality of this organization. And countries, including Japan, supports a sustainable utilization of marine living resources, including whales, based on science and based on international law. And other countries are against whaling under any circumstances, as I quoted from Scientific Committee report yesterday. So even if science and the international law has some basis for limited whaling, they will oppose. The purpose of the discussion last time, in my mind, is to make this real issue clearer, not clouded by other smaller issues. Unless we address this issue, we will have no way out. Following the 65th annual meeting, Japan submitted a list of questions and sent out this question to all contracting governments, and also we encouraged the open and transparent discussion about this issue on the website of International Whaling Commission. Just to confirm my understanding of our positions. And I'd like to thank this opportunity to the countries who have responded to the questionnaire or the inquiry on the website or through diplomatic channels. I also thank some of the countries responded in their straight and frank manner of saying that they are against commercial whaling under any circumstances. That's their position. I do understand. And now, in my mind, it is very clear that the issue of small type coastal whaling is not that of international law or interpretation of international law or even science. What can we do from there? And that's the issue, or that's the point we have raised in our discussion paper. We have to, this organization have to talk about fundamental issue. We know that those fundamental positions I just described several times will not change over time or overnight, including ours. But that's not exceptional in many other international organizations, but there are always ways for all of us to cooperate or to make this organization of some merit to all the parties, balanced outcome or balanced achievement through balanced achievement of this organization's many projects. Unfortunately, observing the discussion in this organization, oftentimes that basic differences or fundamental differences are even preventing the potential area of a cooperation to be realized or to be achieved, which is very unfortunate. And for example, yesterday we had discussion about the South Atlantic Sanctuary. And as I said, we do support addressing the issue like climate change or ocean pollution, ship strikes, or even we can understand the local, regional aspirations about the promotion of whale watching. However, because the proposal touched upon the basic fundamental position issue, we had no choice but to oppose. It's same for our proposal for small type coastal whaling. Because of a basic position against any commercial whaling under any circumstances, no discussion or no scientific discussion or no legal discussion would change the position of our countries currently opposing our proposal. The structure of the discussion is exactly the same. The difference of the basic positions are actually haunting this organization, making this organization very difficult to make a positive progress in the potential mutually beneficial projects. Do we like to continue this form of meeting or this form of a discussion, meeting after meeting in the future? We spend already enough time, money, resources for this one, just repeating the same discussion, unfortunately. And it's not uncommon that the parties or groups in one organization has a very different positions, but there should be a way that these groups can have some benefit from that organization, irrespective of their positions. But frankly speaking, in my view, this organization are not in that situation, I would like to say, yet. Or is it fundamentally or inherently impossible for this organization to achieve balanced or equal benefit to all? these are questions that we have to ask ourselves. And if we are to keep this organization as a functional organization, we have to come up with some approach or project or idea to try to change it. This organization failed in the past, several attempts to establish a compromise between different parties. Those who have been in this organization long enough might remember so-called Irish proposal, 1997. We spent more than 40 meetings to talk about RMS, which collapsed eventually. We had the future of IWC project under the leadership of then chair, Bill Hogarth from the United States, and that was also collapsed. And the compromise proposal submitted under the name of a chair and vice chair of that time, Christian Macchiella, also was opposed on the instant that was proposed to this meeting. Why this is happening, and are there any ways for us to do something different? These are questions I believe we should discuss in this organization. And our discussion paper is asking the members of this organization to look at this fundamental issue of this organization closely, seriously, rather than repeating the same questions or repeating the same discussions, repeating the same statement year after year. For some people, status quo might be comfortable, but we do not accept status quo in this organization. We all know that international policies and politics are oftentimes influenced by public opinion, perceptions, sometimes misinformation, and that's a reality. It's not just about whales and whaling. However, my belief is international governmental organization like IWC has a duty, strong obligation to handle those difficult issues through law and science. That's why we have international governmental organizations. We know perceptions, we know public relations or public opinions. But once international government organization just dictated by public opinion only, are there any reason for that IGO to exist? Do we need such an IGO if they cannot bridge the differences through international law and science? I believe now you can see why I said at the beginning that this issue also covers the agenda item 12, the IWC in the future. My delegation is determined that we like to discuss these fundamental issues now. I'd like to encourage the rest of this organization to look at the real issue. I'm not asking other countries to change their basic positions. I'm not asking those against whaling to eat whale meat. Let's talk about the ways how this intergovernmental organization can think about the way to create a situation that benefits all. It's not like one side is bad and the other side is good. This is not dichotomy or black and white situation. We have to look at this face to face. And I would appreciate your positive response or constructive discussion, or even the discussion against it this way will be welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Japan. I would like now to open the floor for discussion, and as requested by Japan, to give some open statements. So please. I see Iceland. Please, Iceland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to sincerely thank Japan for bringing this core fundamental subject up for the Commission to consider. I think this paper is well balanced and tells the story as it is. We have a stalemate in this organization, which was originally built to manage whaling. Now this organization is something totally different. We have had this situation for 30 years, and nothing new is in the cards that tells us this will change in the next 30 years. I have no solution while this organization is held hostage, but I want to commend Japan for bringing this up in a clear and transparent manner. This questionnaire exposes the extreme polarization of this organization and poses the question whether there is any point in continuing this work. Iceland is, though, willing to take part in finding solutions, but that can't be a one-way street. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Iceland. Now the Russian Federation and then the Netherlands. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also had a chance to work for quite a long time in this commission. I attended not only IWC sessions, but I also participated in some other conventions like CITES.
IWC одна из самых недружественных конвенций в отношении прав человека и малочисленных народов.
And IWC is one of the most unfriendly conventions in relation to the human rights issues and in relation to the rights of indigenous peoples.
Мы сейчас справляем 70-летний юбилей конвенции.
Right now, we celebrate the 70th anniversary of the convention.
Но этот год еще и юбилейный для Японии. Они 30 лет просят решить вопрос по смолтению.
But this year also is a remarkable, is a landmark for Japan because they have been asking for a small-type coastal whaling quota for 30 years.
Нужно помнить, наверное, всем, что эти 4 поселка в Японии, история промысла насчитывает больше 5000 лет.
I think that we all have to remember that those 4 communities in Japan that have been asking for quota, they have a 5,000-year history of whaling.
Только последние годы им не разрешают добывать китов, исходя из их традиционных нужд.
And only for the last year they have been forbidden from whaling on the basis of the whale population.
Господин председатель, мне кажется, что это уникальная коллизия.
Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a unique collision.
Если мы вспомним сессию в Анкоридже, где принимали дорожную карту по IW Future.
If you remember the session in Anchorage where we adopted the roadmap IWC in the future,
Договорились, что чтобы будущее у нашей комиссии было, мы будем принимать решения пакетом или пакетами.
and we all agreed that to ensure the future for our organization, we will take decisions by packages.
Эта договоренность была разрушена.
And this agreement was destroyed.
Из пакета вынули один вопрос по заповедникам, а остальные вопросы продолжают блокироваться.
And one issue concerning the sanctuaries was removed from the package, and the rest of the issues in the package were destroyed.
Я не согласен с Японией, что нужна ли нам такая организация. Конечно, нужна.
And I have to disagree with Japan as to the necessity of this organization. Of course, we need this organization.
Но, господин председатель, я призываю страны более лояльно относиться к нуждам малочисленных народов и к нуждам традиций.
But, Mr. Chairman, I ask the countries to be more loyal toward the needs of indigenous peoples and toward their traditions.
Это касается не только 4 поселков Японии, это касается и отношения в нашей комиссии к таким странам, как Исландия и Норвегия.
And it concerns not only those 4 communities in Japan, but also such countries as Iceland and Norway.
Наша задача не только сохранять биоразнообразие, но и сохранять разнообразие культур, традиций.
Our task is not only to conserve the biodiversity, but also to conserve culture and traditions.
Я не видел, чтобы все члены делегаций ходили в Макдональдс и ели только бургеры.
And I haven't seen all members of the delegations going only to McDonald's and eating only burgers.
Все хотят попробовать национальную еду, национальное вино.
Everyone wants to try to eat national food and national wine, drink national wine.
Господин председатель, уважаемые члены делегации, прошу очень внимательно отнести к заявлению Японии. Это очень серьезно.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the delegations, I ask you to take a closer look at what the delegation of Japan has said.
Спасибо, господин.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Now, Netherlands next, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands is speaking on behalf of the EU member states party to the ICRW. And we acknowledge the efforts of the government of Japan to further engage with parties to the International Whaling Commission on the issue of small-type coastal whaling since the last IWC meeting. We take note of its discussion paper aimed at sharing with the Commission at large the main thrust of the responses provided by a few contracting governments, including the EU member states party to the convention, to the questionnaire on small-type coastal whaling circulated earlier. As we have stated in our answer, the EU and its member states are strongly committed to the protection of whales. Our objective remains to ensure an effective international regulatory framework for the conservation and management of whales, guaranteeing a significant improvement in the conservation status of whales in the long run and bringing all whaling operations under IWC control. We have considered the questionnaire against 3 types of whaling operations identified under the International Convention for the Regulation of Whaling and its schedule, noting that the government of Japan considers that their proposal does not introduce a new category of whaling, but is intended to establish a catch limit for commercial whaling. In consideration of this, we can only reiterate our strong support for the maintenance of the global moratorium on commercial whaling and our serious concerns about the impact of small-type coastal whaling on whales, taking into account the the commercial aspects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Netherlands, I have on my list Norway, Guinea, Denmark, Australia, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, New Zealand, and NGOs. So I give now the floor to Norway.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Japan for their intervention. We would like to associate ourselves with the description Japan has given of the situation in this organization, and likewise associate ourselves with the previous speakers in support of those views. We have a very unfortunate situation in this organization where a large proportions of our members show clear disrespect for our convention. The sad thing about that is, of course, that we are not able to discuss real issues, not only pertaining to whaling, but also other relevant issues that need to be dealt with. This is extremely unfortunate, and we are very sorry about this, and we would like to, in every way, contribute to an atmosphere and discussions that would pave the way for changes to this situation. But like the previous speakers, we see this as a very troublesome, difficult way to walk down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Norway. And before I forgot, Monaco after St. Lucia and before New Zealand, I will give the floor to Monaco then. Sorry, this time it wasn't the technique, it was me. But now next on the list is Guinea, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous remercions l'exposé qui a été fait par le représentant du Japon. Et nous qui sommes dans cette commission depuis un certain nombre de temps, et nous vivons ce constat. Notre organisation vit des blocages entretenus qui nous ont amenés vers une forte polarisation. Ce qui fait que cette organisation aujourd'hui est sous forte influence et qui l'amène petit à petit à s'éloigner de ses objectifs de base. Les conclusions du comité scientifique sont reléguées au second plan quand elles ne sont pas conformes aux désirs de certains. Il vous souviendra, Monsieur le Président, que des tentatives de solutions ont été proposées par des personnes ressources de renommée internationale que cette organisation avait recrutées, mais leurs propositions de solutions ont été remises en cause par des groupes de pression. Et j'invite tout le monde à prendre conscience dans cette salle que les décisions que nous prenons peuvent avoir des incidences sur la vie de millions de personnes. Hier, nous avons écouté avec grande attention le soutien accordé des quotas aux populations aborigènes, soutien que nous saluons. Et pour la même raison, nous soutenons cette requête du Japon pour avoir des petits quotas dans les eaux japonaises pour des villages japonais qui ont cette tradition millénaire de chasser les baleines. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Guinea. And now Denmark on behalf of Greenland. Denmark, please. Yeah, just a moment. Micro should be ready soon. So, Denmark.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I wish to align myself with a statement made by the Netherlands on behalf of the EU, speaking to represent the interests of Greenland and the Faroe Islands that are not bound by the EU treaty and that has fundamental interests in this organization. We wish to welcome the intervention by Japan and share the general concerns expressed. We wish to underline the importance of the IWC remaining relevant to all its parts and true to its dual mandate. We have, over the past years, experienced tremendous difficulties, and we're trying to solve those and look to the future. And we are committed to the International Convention on the Regulation and Whaling, and we look forward to this important dialogue and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark, on behalf of Greenland and Faroe. And now I see Australia next on the list, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thanks to Japan, both for their paper and for their intervention. Australia was one of the countries that responded to Japan and made clear our position of our opposition to commercial whaling and the lifting of the moratorium. In Japan's introduction, they established a narrative of the current state of the International Whaling Commission, and that view's been supported by quite a number of other parties. But there is another narrative that we believe is also valid. During this meeting, we've heard many times that we're celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Convention. And we reflect that the world of 1946 is simply unrecognisable from today. Our understanding of our natural world through science has developed at a rate none of us would have predicted. Our laws, our international governance arrangements, our way of lives have all largely changed and developed at a pace that has been hard for us to keep up with. Back in 1946, the only manner in which we interacted with whales was to hunt and kill them. Today, whales are still hunted by some people, and this, importantly, is supported by this organisation in the form of Aboriginal subsistence whaling. But whales are also valued in their own right. People pay for the privilege of watching them, and they're regarded as key components of healthy ecosystems. So the IWC has had to evolve to keep pace with these changes. It's moved through phases from, as I said, an entire focus on regulating whale hunting to an urgent need to protect those same whales from unsustainable whaling practices. It now focuses on the many non-whaling threats facing whales, from bycatch and entanglement to ocean noise, disease, and perhaps most pressing of all, climate change. It's important to reflect that today, the notion of commercial whaling, and indeed the argument that it is still necessary to kill whales for science, is anathema to many of the world's population. Rapid and challenging changes such as these clearly put pressure on multilateral international treaty bodies, and the IWC is no exception. There are parties here who wish to see a resumption of commercial whaling, a move that would require the lifting of the moratorium and potentially the removal of sanctuaries. Other parties press for whale conservation and a focus on managing the many looming threats that humans pose to whales. It is the right of each party to hold and represent their views, just as it is a requirement for the IWC's governance and decision-making rules to enable decisions to be made that represent the relative balance of these disparate views. Australia acknowledges that it is undoubtedly frustrating for parties to be thwarted in achieving their own desired outcomes. But so long as the process allows for the expression of proposals, for proper debate, and for fair and transparent rules of decision, then the organisation is functioning well. Indeed, in Australia's view, the IWC can claim to be functioning well in the face of its many challenges. It's not perfect, but we do believe it's on an improving trajectory the IWC still manages progress on critically important issues, such as the management and support of Aboriginal subsistence whaling, through to developing and implementing conservation management plans. Our scientific committee is a global leader in cetacean science, and our conservation committee is rapidly evolving to be the equivalent in global conservation of cetaceans. We agree with Japan that science and international law are a fundamental basis for our considerations. We also believe we have much to be proud of in the manner that we have navigated this organisation from a time just a few decades ago when many whale populations were in such parlous state. The IWC, in Australia's view, is not dysfunctional. It has many challenges, and the desires of all parties will not be met in our future trajectory. But the desires of many, if not most of the parties, will be met, and this is a reflection of a modern, multilateral treaty body that continues to evolve with changing times and pressure. Australia remains keen to engage in discussions on how best to continue and improve the IWC and meet the needs and desires of its parties. This can't be achieved in a discussion that seeks to view the Convention through the prism of the 1940s and can only be achieved in a forward-looking manner that aligns the IWC with other contemporary and effective treaty bodies, a body that respects the rights of Indigenous hunters on the one hand, while addressing issues such as climate change on the other. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. I have on the list Antigua, Barbuda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Monaco, New Zealand, the US, and NGOs. So Antigua and Barbuda now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Antigua and Barbuda welcome and congratulate Japan for bringing this issue to us today. This is an issue that of particular concern to vulnerable developing countries that view international governmental organizations as a forum to advance international principles of cooperation within the general rules of respect for the Committee of Nations. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, our organization does not seem to embrace these fundamental undertakings. As an IGO, we tend not to value the need for consensus in decision-making, especially on fundamental issues that will affect all members. The desire for consensus in our organization is remarkably absent, and most major decisions are concluded by unfortunate divisive voting. The required need for consensus is now firmly replaced by the will of a small majority of nations that have replaced the democratic norms of international organizations with a dictatorial take it or leave it posturing. This cannot be right, Mr. Chair. And what compounds this issue is the constant attempt by that small majority to prevent the participation in this organization of developing countries by denying developing countries their right to participate. This right has been denied, Mr. Chair, by the refusal of some developed countries here to take on their responsibility to ensure that those of us who are financially challenged, not because of our own doing, but because of the construct of the international community, they refuse to undertake their responsibility by making it possible for us to join the IWC through the equalization of fees to become members, which does not give in many organizations. Yesterday we noticed, Mr. Chair, that the issue of helping countries that are financially challenged is challenged by those countries who have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure equal participation in IGOs of all independent nations. This situation cannot advance the work of this organization. As coastal developing countries, we have a right to be heard. We have a right to participate. Developed countries have an obligation to allow us to exercise this right. Denying us of that right is a denial of our human rights. Denying us of that right is in contempt of international norms. This cannot continue, Mr. Chair. We're seeing an organization that was designed to address the issues of management and conservation of a particular resource being hijacked by the interests of a few. We need to come back into middle ground. We need to respect the interests of all, not the interests of a few. It's been over 30 years, Mr. Chair, that this organization have been deliberating on the issue of the moratorium, the issue of resumption of commercial whaling and allowing some form of interim measure for 4 coastal communities in Japan. And I would like to say that the attitude of this organization has cast us right back into the colonial era of the global community, which we all should wish to forget. I do not understand why we cannot coexist. I do not understand why we cannot have whale watching and still have at the same time the consumptive use of whales. We are not in an era where might is right. We are not in an era where the will of a few should be imposed on many. The time has come, Mr. Chair, for this organization, if it wants to be accepted within the framework of civilized nations, that we desist from taking the type of draconian, selfish decisions that we're doing now. I want to appeal to the European community especially to show leadership in the approach and stop denying developing countries their rights with regards to us being able to have equity in this organization. We want to be able to come to our meetings with the assistance of the European Union and other developed countries. When colonialism was premier, foremost, the order of the day, developing countries were exploited. Our resources were taken from us, and that is why we're in the state that we are now. And we're asking those who took those resources to assist us to be able to develop and mature into nations and develop and mature as people. We are equal at this table. The principles of the United Nations and its charter provide for that. Let us use today as the day when we will go forward holding hands as brothers and sisters with one goal: to conserve, to manage, and to have a principle of multiple utilization of the resource which this organization have been given the mandate to manage. I am making this clarion call to this organization. We have to turn that corner. If we cannot turn that corner, Mr. Chair, developing countries are prepared to challenge the decisions of this organization in several courts of arbitration, because we will not continue to sit down and see our rights being eroded. We know the rules. We have trained people in our communities that can take these cases wherever we want. And this is a notice we're sending that if this thing is not changed and changed quickly, we will be prepared to arbitrate this matter outside of the confines of this convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. I have on the list St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Monaco, New Zealand, the US, Argentina, and 2 NGOs. And then I would like to draw a line. So next, just Brazil popping up, but then I really have to close the discussion. It's important to get as many views as possible. Therefore, I would like to have 2 NGOs at the end also to express their views. Now, first, the members of St. Vincent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We in St. Vincent and the Grenadines support Japan on this issue of coastal whaling. We have done so before, and we continue to do this. One has to understand the circumstances of coastal people and the need for their survival, their culture, and their traditions. Most of these communities are poor and rely on the marine environment for food. It is important for them for living and production. The lack of understanding or reasoning of those who are just plain opposed to whaling in any form leaves much to be desired. It drives home the point that we have long known, that power can be used to determine the life of others. Not only political power, but economic power too. Those who live in their ivory towers have no care of the survival of the poor or disadvantaged or less fortunate. Coastal people seldom engage in agriculture or manufacturing or mining, but they depend, in most instances, on fishing for their livelihood. They do not like food in cans. They like food fresh from the environment in which they live. I can tell a story. I was born in the sea. It sounds like a strange statement, but I was born on an island that is 4 square miles, one of the small islands that make up St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 5 minutes walk from the water's edge. And my mother waited for my father to come home every day to bring home a catch for us to cook our food. Those who are landlocked and privileged could never understand this. I am now convinced. This organization has taught me that. This organization refuses this call for coastal whaling for over 30 years. It is insensitive and cold because of the emotions and love for animals and not for people. This organization has changed. and is far removed from the original mandate. It's now under the influence of the rich and powerful organizations and countries, and we remain with diverse views that seem not to be able to merge in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now I'll give the floor to St. Lucia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time that my delegation is taking the floor. I wish to express my deep appreciation for the kind hospitality and generosity of the government and people of Slovenia in hosting this important meeting of the IWC. I wish also to recognize the hard work of the Secretariat and acknowledge your excellent role as chair in guiding the business of this august body. Mr. Chair, I must conclude that this commission is at risk if we cannot find a way to meaningfully address the questions raised by Japan in its small coastal type whaling discussion document. So I would begin by thanking Japan for submitting their document. I have returned to the IWC as Commissioner for St. Lucia after a 10-year absence. And I am struck by the fact that the bipolar nature of the Commission, where approximately one-half of the members continue to be dissatisfied with the outcomes of the Commission, which has not improved, but has worsened. How can the Commission continue to function in a situation where every attempt to resolve this bipolar, dysfunctional situation has failed, including going back to the Irish proposal in 1997, up to and including failure of the RMS negotiations and the future of the IWC negotiations. Having been denied a quota, Japan's 4 small-type coastal whaling communities have been victims of this situation for the past 30 years. These coastal communities have lost their livelihoods. Their men, their strong young men, their whalers continue to migrate to cities. It is clear, Mr. Chair, that opposition to Japan's small type coastal whaling is not based on science or law, and as such intended to deprive these communities, which is in contradiction to the ICRW. Unless the IWC can support the sustainable use of whale resources based on science, in keeping with the convention, there is little hope for its unbiased continuation into the future. For these reasons, Mr. Chair, there is clearly a need to seriously address the questions raised by Japan in its discussion paper. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Lucia. Just to remind members on the list, it's Monaco next, and New Zealand, USA, Argentina, Brazil, and then 2 NGOs before I will give them the floor back to Japan. So now Monica, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thanks. Monaco is not in favor of creating a new category of whaling that would set an unwelcome precedent. At the same time, this delegation has always been very attentive to the needs of Aboriginal and traditional fishing communities. Now, in that case, that particular case, we consider that the demand for whale meat in coastal Japan is already satisfied, first of all, by the thousands of tons of whale meat that is brought to shore by, industrial whaling carried out in very far oceans under the guise of science. And B, it is also well met by the thousands of small cetaceans that are caught by the very same coastal villages. And as you all know, these hunts for small cetaceans are often quite brutal, carried out with little consideration for animal welfare. Now, we agree with the Japanese commissioner on one important point, however. We should not remain frozen in fixed position forever. Now, some 12 years ago, we proposed a way forward, and we see no reason not to maintain that track. Our view is that the minute Japan renounces unequivocally its massive killing of whales under science in very distant oceans, Monaco will be open to consider broadening the definition of Aboriginal subsistence whaling so that it may include small science-based quotas to accommodate the traditions of the few Japanese villages concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Monica. New Zealand now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. New Zealand thanks Japan for its thought-provoking paper. This is an extremely important discussion that we're having this morning. Commissioner Morishita has made some valid points today about the nature of this organisation, and we appreciate the acknowledgement that this topic goes to the very heart of the difference of views within this Commission. Our intervention under this item now is part of an ongoing and wider-ranging discussion this week and beyond, which cuts across multiple agenda items. We have engaged with Japan on this issue and responded to its questionnaire. In respect of the specific proposal in the discussion paper for a new category of commercial whaling, as New Zealand has made clear in the past, including in our response to Japan's questionnaire which has been circulated, we do not support an exemption to the moratorium on commercial whaling. We therefore welcomed Japan's decision not to formally resubmit to this meeting its proposal for small-type coastal whaling. Any question relating to a new category of whaling is not simply a matter of whether it is technically possible to amend the schedule. There are amendments to the Convention and to the schedule that New Zealand wants to see and could happily put on the table today, which we acknowledge would not be welcomed by other members, so we have chosen not to do so. The discussion of small-type coastal whaling is not about legal technicalities or food security. This is a debate about creating a new exemption to the moratorium for commercial whaling. In that respect, we agree with Japan's point today that this is about the fundamental differences that remain between the members of the Commission. And we acknowledge Japan's wish to discuss these issues in an informal and constructive manner. New Zealand has always been prepared to engage in an honest and open dialogue. However, the environment in which we are operating does not seem conducive to discussion of the fundamental issues Japan has identified. We have expressed at the highest level our deep disappointment at Japan's decision to resume whaling in the Southern Ocean shortly after the decision of the International Court of Justice. Whilst we wish to be constructive, the fact is we are being asked by Japan on the one hand to accept a situation of whaling in the Southern Ocean of business as usual, despite the court's judgment and the views of this Commission. And on the other hand, we are being asked by Japan to enter into discussions designed to make changes that go beyond our stated position. In such a situation, it is hard to see how we can move forward. Despite stated intentions to discuss matters in an informal and constructive manner, the point remains cooperation is not one way, it is two-way. New Zealand remains committed to the IWC. We strongly support this organisation. We think this organisation has evolved and has in fact achieved a lot in its long history. For example, we are proud of the work of the Southern Ocean Research Project. The extensive work of the Conservation and Science Committees is progressive and is a vital part of our Commission, as already outlined by our colleague from Australia this morning. This is a body that has evolved and is increasingly reflecting the contemporary environment in which we are operating. As a Commission, we are responding to increased scientific knowledge about the ocean and all cetacean species, and this is to be welcomed. The fact that we are having today's honest discussion within this body shows the strength of this organisation. We will work to support genuine dialogue about forward movement within this body. That is why at this session we are supporting 2 resolutions to improve the way we operate. We thank Japan for its willingness to engage frankly on the question of cooperation, and we look forward to an ongoing discussion.
Thank you, New Zealand. The US now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to the government of Japan for initiating this discussion, for suggesting these topics and providing your paper. I do want to say at the outset that the United States continues to support Schedule Paragraph 10E, and based on the work of the Science Committee, has serious conservation concerns regarding the current bycatch of J-stock minke whales in the waters around Korea and Japan. The J-stock in the western North Pacific is depleted largely as a result of entanglement issues and past commercial catches. The Scientific Committee has reported that the current take from all sources is already over the level the RMP would consider sustainable for this stock. For these 2 reasons, we cannot support small-type coastal whaling within the 50 miles of the Japan coast. Also, small-type coastal whaling is commercial operation that was stopped under the moratorium, which we continue to support. I would like to associate myself with the comments of Australia and New Zealand as a way of shortening my remarks, but also to focus a little bit on the suggestion that this commission has not found ways in which to cooperate and move issues forward. It seems to me, it seems to the United States, that there are a number of issues in which the commission has shown leadership and cooperation and exercised its role as an IGO, performed its functions. It is within that context and within the context of building a stronger institution, within the context of looking towards reforming the way in which the IWC does its business, that I think we can build the trust that is necessary to continue the type of discussions that Japan is seeking. I agree that they are important discussions. I agree that there is a need to continue and to find ways to have open dialogues about difficult discussions, about difficult issues, about issues that divide us. But I think that can only happen within a context of an organization in which there is truly trust among the members. I look forward to working with Japan and other members of this organization to build that trust. A couple of things I wanted to note. Commissioner Morishita talked about there sort of being 2 dimensions to guide the way in which we work. He talked about science and he talked about laws. I'd like to suggest that there are other dimensions that influence our work, influence our participation in this organization, and influence the positions that we take. We are here as commissioners and representing the interests of our governments, the policies of our governments, the values of our people. Those values for the United States include ensuring that our subsistence harvesters have the right, have the access to the whales that they need, but they also include the value that we at this time should not be engaged in commercial whaling. And so those are the values that I feel called upon, compelled to reflect at this microphone. I also note the statements of some that have suggested that there is a dichotomy, a division between our respect for human life, for people, and the idea that we can conserve animals, we can conserve whales. And I'd like to suggest that that dichotomy doesn't exist. That in fact, efforts at conservation are actually intended to help to preserve people. They talk about the environment in which we live, the environment in which we thrive, the ecosystems upon which we depend, the ecosystems of which these whales are an important part. We know from various changes in the ecosystems in our global ecosystem that have been caused by humans, ranging from climate change to sea level rise to holes in the ozone to extinctions of numerous species. And in that vein, I remind us all that the vaquita is on the edge of joining that list of extinctions. And we remember that all of those events, all of those consequences have impacts on us as humans, on us, and on not only our health, but our psyche and on the world in which we exist. And I maintain that it is with that interest in mind that we have taken on the idea that we should be working to conserve, preserve our environment as we work to conserve, preserve, serve human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, the US. Now Argentina, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, deseamos agradecer a la delegación del Japón por la presentación de este documento de discusión que nos permite mantener este debate. La Argentina se apoya y se une a lo expresado anteriormente por las delegaciones de Australia, Nueva Zelanda y de los Estados Unidos. En ese mismo sentido, nuestro país, junto al resto de los miembros del Grupo Buenos Aires, también participó de las consultas iniciadas en esta cuestión por el gobierno del Japón. Tal como se expresara en la nota de respuesta del Grupo Buenos Aires, la Argentina desea reafirmar su tradicional compromiso con el mantenimiento de la moratoria a la caza comercial de ballenas actualmente en vigor y su oposición a la reanudación de la caza comercial. Atento a ello, no podemos apoyar la creación de lo que constituye una nueva categoría de caza de ballenas. Finalmente, la Argentina desea también transmitir, al igual que lo hicieran anteriores delegaciones, su predisposición para seguir cooperando y dialogando con todos los gobiernos contratantes para el desarrollo de una agenda constructiva y positiva en el marco de esta comisión. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. Now Brazil.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Brazil would like to thank Japan for its comments regarding the documents circulated by the Japanese delegation. We must at this time reiterate the terms of the response given by the Buenos Aires group and echoed in the opening statement sent by the group to the Commission. This year, in the sense that we support the continued enforcement of the moratorium established by the IWC in 1982, and the role of this commission plays in the promotion of the non-lethal and sustainable use of cetaceans. But, Mr. Chairman, the distinguished representative of Japan has made a statement which, beyond the very relevant discussion of item 8, relates to the mission statement of this institution. Or, to the very essence of the IWC as we move forward. We would like to address that. As Minister Sarney Filho and myself stated yesterday, Brazil firmly believes this is the time for the IWC to move from gridlock to coherence, from unilateral statements to consensus documents. In this spirit, we believe the different instances of this organization, such as and most especially the scientific and the conservation committees, must strive to work in harmony and, most importantly, in coherence with other major international organizations, namely the United Nations, and the very relevant decisions that have been taken recently, such as the meeting in Rio, the Rio +20 meeting, and more recently, COP21 in Paris, a truly historic document, I would say a tipping point in environmental history and sustainable development. In this spirit, we offered to host the 67th session of the IWC in Brazil. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brazil. I drew a line before. I had just two NGOs wishing the floor, and I think, as Japan indicated, they are interested to have a broad view and different views expressed. I would keep to that, so allow now two NGOs to take the floor. I really apologize if some other parties wish to take the floor. Of course, they can now, if it's acceptable, so just to have two more by NGOs, and thank you to all for your understanding. Now I would like to give the floor to the first NGO.
Thank you, Chair. And
just a moment. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Japan Small Type Whaling Association. My name is Yoshiichi Shimomichi. I am a Japanese small type whaler. I live in Abashiri, Hokkaido. Almost 30 years, we have repeatedly come before you to request a quota for Japan's small type coastal whaling. In all that time, the basic element of our request for a small quota for community-based whaling have not changed. Briefly, I would yet again remind you of what is at stake here. 29 years have already passed since the commercial whaling moratorium took effect in the coastal water of Japan. For our small type coastal whalers and our whaling community, Taiji, Wada, Ayukawa, and Abashiri, small type coastal whaling are an integral part not only our history, but also of our lives. We would like to remind you that our small type coastal whaling operations are very limited operations. We would like to remind you our coastal minke whale resources are healthy and abundant. We again demand this body that our ancestors started using beach whalage thousands of years ago. It is evident by the freight-borne remains excavated from the archaeological site that date back thousands of years ago. Whale meat and blubber, of course, essential part of our traditional food. Well, dishes are indispensable for feast as well as the most ceremonial occasion and the New Year season. Whenever whale catch the first whale of the season, whenever whale catch the first of the season, they have distributed it meat and blubber to the local people to celebrated the first catch. The traditional practice passed down from parent to children upon generation. We know that our communities have survived thanks to whaling activities. We know that IWC as it situated its own convention is our international organization for the sustainable use of whales and the on the development of the whaling industry. However, unfortunately, IWC commercial whaling moratorium has been causing us and our community the great distress for more than a quarter of a century. We continue to hope that IWC will, before it renders itself entirely irrelevant on this issue, finally return to the spirit and the letter of its own charter and establish the mink whale quota for our mink quota for our community as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to the last speaker and then give the floor back to Japan. Please, the next NGO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for everyone to give me a chance to talk about another voice in Japan. This 18th October, we 17th Japanese NGO released the joint statement, and I would like to read it now. Japanese NGO joint statement regarding the International Whaling Commission's meeting 66. We, Ilka Kujira, Dolphin Whale Action Network, Greenpeace Japan, and 15 Japanese NGOs request the government of Japan to undertake the following. 1. Respect past resolutions and adopted by the International Whaling Commission and the ruling of the International Court of Justice, and do not issue new permits intended to approve research whaling in Antarctic and the Northwest Pacific Ocean, including for coastal research whaling. Revoke the budget for restarting commercial whaling, since industrial whaling companies have already abandoned this as a viable business venture, and there is no possibility of private firms newly entering this industry. 3. Reallocate the 5.1 billion Japanese yen budget currently allocated to research whaling, and instead allocate this funding for researching coastal ecosystem and marine resources to preserve the health of the sea. And I'd like to add one information now. The government will double the budget for coastal research whaling next year compared to previous year. And I think this kind of things, it's very important to negotiate first to various countries rather than this kind of approach. Thank you for that time.
Thank you. I think we had quite intense and good discussion, and I would like now to give the floor back to Japan to ask if you have any suggestions for the way forward. So Japan, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, I'd like to thank all the participants of this meeting for providing a statement. And I'm happy that we have succeeded to initiate this very important fundamental discussion at the floor of this IWC meeting. And as recognized by many speakers, this discussion or continuation of the discussion of this fundamental issue is critical for this organization. I also like to thank those countries who supported or who expressed the support to the small type coastal whaling. And at this occasion, I'd like to draw your attention to a series of resolutions actually IWC adopted in the past as to the small type coastal whaling. 1993, there was a consensus resolution by this organization, and its operative says, I quote, "Resolve to work expeditiously to alleviate the distress to these Japan small type coastal communities." And that has not been done. And in the year 2000, this organization again adopted the resolution, and its operative says, reaffirms the Commission's commitment to work expeditiously to alleviate the distress caused by the cessation of mink whaling to the communities of Abashiri, Ayukawa, Wadaura, and Taiji. In 2001, IWC adopted yet another resolution. Operative again reaffirms the Commission's commitment to work expeditiously to alleviate the distress caused by the cessation of mink whaling to the communities of Abashiri, Ayukawa, Wadaura, and Taiji. In 2004, IWC adopted another resolution. In its operative, reaffirms the Commission's commitment to work expeditiously to alleviate the continued difficulties caused by the cessation of mink whaling to the communities of Abashiri, Ayukawa, Wadaura, and Taiji. I can understand the frustration of small type coastal whalers, especially looking at this series of resolutions which were never realized. I agree with the Australian delegation that we should not bring this organization back to 1946. I have total agreement with that. My view is sustainable utilization of marine living resources, not exempting whales, is an issue of the future. This is a future challenge for all the world, that how we achieve sustainable utilization of resources without clouded by particular value code or particular perception and in an equal balanced manner. So this is a future issue, not anachronism. We'll not bring this organization back to the 40s. One or two small points. As repeatedly stated in our paper, as well as just 45 minutes ago, we are not asking to create a new category of whaling. This is a straight request to open the mink whaling for the small type coastal whalers as a commercial whaling in accordance with Schedule 10E. So we are not creating anything new. This is totally in line with the language of Schedule 10E. As a way forward, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, I would like to make a proposal under agenda item 12. As it is clear from our discussions, this discussion started as the issue of a small type coastal whaling, but covers much wider area that pertains to the future of this organization. So under agenda item 12, I will make a proposal for way forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Japan. With this, we close this agenda item, and we will hear more under agenda item 12. We break now for coffee. We restart at 11 a.m. So, as you know, you can bring in coffee and some sweets, so please be back at 11. Thank you. hello, may I ask you to come back to the plenary? Just take your coffee and something to eat, and then come back, please, so that we can start our business. Our next agenda item, item 9, cetacean status and health. First, we will have agenda item 9.1, the whale stocks, and we will hear status on the different stocks. We'll ask point by point the chair of the scientific committee, Dr. Fortuna, dear Katerina, to introduce, and then I will open the floor. So please, Katerina, could you start, and then we will just stop after each, so to give the possibility to ask or maybe to give some comments. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item 9.11, Antarctic minke whales, you can find a summary of our discussions in IWC 66-17, which is the main document that I will be referring in my report to you today, is item 10.11, page 10. Next year, we will focus on consolidating and synthesizing the assessment of the Antarctic minke whale in the Indo-Pacific region, which was completed in 2014, and this will be published in the IWC journal. We also discussed the South Atlantic and Antarctic Peninsula region and decided that the area is not yet a priority for assessment. And this concludes the report, my report for this agenda sub-item.
Thank you, Katerina. Floor is open. Okay, if there is no comment, then I would like to ask you to continue with the next one.
Thank you. Next one is 9.12, Southern Hemisphere humpback whales. You can find a summary of our discussion on item 10.2, page 10. The committee has recently completed its assessment of the Southern Hemisphere humpback whales. And if you look at the table on page 10, I'm pleased to reiterate that the Southern Hemisphere humpback whales are generally recovering well. There are about 97,000 animals, and this means that it's estimated that they are around 70% of their unexploited numbers or carrying capacity, if you prefer. And this, it's all I have to report for these species and stocks.
Thank you. Any questions related to the Southern Hemisphere humpback whales? None? Okay. Katerina, please.
Thank you. So next is the Southern Hemisphere blue whales. You find the summary of our discussions under item 10.3, page 11. Our key recommendations and advice relate to the importance of the blue whale catalogs and the estimation of abundance from photographs from the SOUR program. There were also recommendations related to collecting new data and consolidating catalogs in different regions. That's all.
Thank you. Yes, please, Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. On item 9.2, we would like to present the following statement.
Excuse me, did you say 9.2?
2.
We are not yet in 9.2. We are just still having the different stock, so.
I'm glad I mentioned an item number. Thank you so much.
No problem. So then we move on to 9.1.4, the Western North Pacific. Katerina, please.
Yeah, we report on this already, but I will highlight again a couple of points. This is item 10.7 on page 11 of document 17. The committee is engaged in a range-wide review of grey whales, and there will be a final report in 2017. This is important. It is important also to highlight that the cooperation between IWC and IUCN whale grey Western Whale Grey Advisory Panel is very productive. The committee reiterated its previously expressed strong concerns regarding disturbance in this area arising from oil, gas, and other human activities. This is an important feeding ground. There is an important feeding ground of Sakhalin Islands, and these activities are of serious concern. Concern was expressed over potentially disruptive activities associated with the construction of a pier within Piltun Lagoon. And the committee emphasized the importance of data sharing and combined analysis among companies and others that works in the area. And it's willing to assist this in any way possible. It encouraged relevant government to assist in this effort, mostly facilitating with research permits. The committee also expressed concern about the increased risk of entanglement in a salmon set net, which is used near the Sakhalin island, and recommended that fishing effort be decreased in the primary areas used by the Western grey whales. These issues are also relevant to the updating of the CMP and the work under the Memorandum of Cooperation of the range states. So you will hear more under CMPs in the Conservation Committee report. Thank you.
Thank you for these informations. I see no questions, so you can move forward, please.
Thank you. So next item is 915, Southern Hemisphere right whales. You can find a summary of our discussion under item 10.8, page 12. The committee completed its assessment of the southern right whales in 2012 and received new information since then. I will only briefly mention a few highlights. So for the Southwest Atlantic, this year the committee reiterated the recommendation on research priority described in previous workshops and meetings, which were IWC 2011 and 2016. With respect to the understanding of the cause of the high number of stranded calves in recent years, the committee acknowledged the importance of the South Atlantic right whale conservation management plan. In these plans, and in this context, recommended continued cooperation and collaboration among all research groups and stakeholders to build the knowledge which is needed for answers to this complex situation. And you will hear more while discussing CMPs. The Eastern South Pacific area, the committee welcomed the involvement of Peru in the Eastern South Pacific Southern Right Whale CMP and endorsed the revised document. It reiterated that anthropogenic mortality be kept to the minimum. We also made a number of research-related recommendations, but you will hear all in the Conservation Committee report. Then there are conservation issues common to all populations, and the committee reiterated the great value of annual surveys and long-term data sets, such as those reported for Argentina, South Africa, and Australia, for the evaluation of whether conservation actions are actually working or if new actions are required. And it's strongly recommended that the relevant governments ensure that these invaluable programs continue. This is an important point. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. Any questions? So, no? Then you may continue, please.
Thank you. So next is agenda item 916, North Pacific and North Atlantic right whales and small stocks of bowhead whales. You can find summaries of our discussions on this species and population in, under item 10.9 to 10.12 on page 13 of document 17. So for what concerns the North Pacific right whales, the committee welcomed new information from US in 2015 and from Japan and Russia in 2016. And it recommended cooperative work on sightings data. On the North Atlantic right whales, the current status of the severely depleted North Atlantic right whales population is unclear. A recent stock assessment indicated a slow, relatively consistent increase in abundance of about 2.5% per year over the last 2 decades. However, the relatively low number of calves reported in recent years and the potential recent decline in abundance and the possible increase in calving intervals are all cause of concerns. So the committee recommended that the comprehensive update of the Northern Atlantic right whales be submitted in 2017 to the scientific committee, and this comprehensive update will likely be in the form of a workshop report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any remarks under this agenda item? Then we move to 917, International Research Cruises, and you may be awarded under agenda item 16.4 on SORP, the chair of the scientific committee will give some more details to the report, but yeah, now the International Research Cruises, please.
Thank you. You find a summary of our discussion under item 11.1 on page 14. Here there is a summary on the IWC Power program, which is a long-term research program that began in 2010 and covers a region of the North Pacific which were not surveyed in recent decades. So it does fill important information gaps. The program is run thanks to some funding from the Commission and a generous in-kind support from the government of Japan in terms of vessels. The most important request for assistance from the committee this year was to the government of Russian Federation, and we asked for advice on how to obtain necessary permits to cover areas which are under their responsibility. And to facilitate the granting of permits for these waters for the next survey. We look forward to help to the help of the government of the Russian Federation on these matters. Concerning the other international research program, which is the Southern Ocean Research Partnership, as you just said, there will be a specific agenda item later. Thank you.
Thank you. Still the chance to comment. Otherwise, we will move on to 918, other stocks. Please, Katerina.
Okay, thank you. As I anticipated in my PowerPoint presentation the first day, we did discuss a number of other stocks. I will just give a very brief information here. North Pacific blue whales. You find a discussion under item 10.4, page 11. The eastern North Pacific blue whales, the population is now near carrying capacity and has recovered, as defined by the authors, which means the population is above 60% of the carrying capacity. However, the committee in 2017 will initiate an in-depth assessment to expand the evaluation to the entire North Pacific, so considering the central and the western part of the region. For what concerns North Pacific sei whales, the information is under item 10.6, page 11. The scientific committee has initiated in 2015 an in-depth assessment that is expected to be finalized in 2018. Arabian Sea humpback whales, you find information under 10.13, page 13. The committee received valuable new information on this critically endangered population, and it reiterated its serious concern about the threat faced by the endangered Arabian Sea humpback whale subpopulations. These threats include small population abundance and genetic isolation, a high rate of recent strandings, high entanglement rate with 40% showing scarring from possible entanglement, rapid human development in the critical habitats, for example, of the Gulf of Masirak. These are developed connected to seismic surveys, well drilling, port development, expansions of cities, fisheries, fast ferries, roads, you name it, whale watching as well. So the committee made a number of recommendations and which are relevant in terms of the discussion for the conservation management plan, so you will hear more later. Sperm whales. You find a summary about the discussion on sperm whales under item 10.14, page 14. The committee appreciated the considerable difficulties that arise in assessing sperm whales and agreed that further attention as to how to assess the sperm whales is required and that the matter should be kept under review. On the Southern Hemisphere fin whales, you find our discussion under item 10.15, page 14. Prior to deciding if an in-depth assessment is possible, the first step is to synthesize existing data and other potential data sources, and this is what we will be doing. Southern Hemisphere sei whale, you find the summary of our discussion under item 10.16 on page 14. The committee received new information on the South Atlantic sei whale around Trinidad Island and Martin Vaz archipelago. It encouraged further work to understand the nature of this wintering ground. The committee reviewed new information on the mass strandings and die-off events. It expressed concern about the high number of sei whales that died during 2015 in Chile, and it made a number of recommendations to a contracting government, which is Chile, on the need of regularly monitoring population and mortality, and offered its availability to review the scientific component of the program or plans to address the significant data gap for this area in order to understand better mortality events. Northern Pacific humpback whales, you can find a summary under item 1017 on page 14. After examining the available information, the committee agreed that this is sufficient to initiate an in-depth assessment of this species in this region next year. And I will stop here.
Thank you, Katerina. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We just wish to express our thanks to the Scientific Committee and for the Chair of the Scientific Committee's report on whale stocks. This is an enormous amount of work that is done. It sets the gold standard of international assessment for whale populations, and we're deeply appreciative of the work. I think it's a really important part of the work that's brought forward to the Commission. We'd just like to specifically note our appreciation for the Scientific Committee having a bit of a focus on Southern Hemisphere fin whales. Close to 700,000 fin whales were taken during the whaling era, and yet we know very little around the status of that population and the degree to which it's recovered. So we're grateful that there's some focus, and we similarly note that the Southern Hemisphere sei whale work is perhaps even more important. We know less about sei whales, and we encourage that focus. But overall, just to express gratitude to the Scientific Committee's excellent work in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Then we move on to the next 919, summary of agreed whale abundance estimates. Please, the Chair of the Scientific Committee.
Thank you. You find the summary of our discussion under item 23 on page 14. This is an ongoing task of the committee to ensure consistency in considering abundance estimate across subcommittees, taking into account the use to which they are to be put, as well as providing an overall update for the Commission by ocean area on abundance and status of species. It's a big task and it's taking a bit of time. Because of this, we established a new group on abundance estimate and the status. This will review new abundance estimate submitted to the subcommittee and help to finalize the work around the table on existing abundance estimate and status of stocks. And we hope it will be finalized by the next Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to take the opportunity and congratulate the Scientific Committee for their excellent work in this field, because there are quite complex and difficult, technically also difficult issues and problems to be solved, as I had the chance to witness last year, or at least to get a glimpse of it. So thank you very much for this excellent work. And with this, we move on to agenda item 9.2, small citations. First 9.2.1 concerns our status. I would like to give first the floor to the Chair of the Scientific Committee, and then before we open the discussion, I would like to ask the Chair of the Conservation Committee to speak. So please, first the Scientific Committee.
Thank you, Chair. You can find a summary of our discussion on this topic under item 15, which goes from page 20 to 24. In 2015, the committee noted that the resolution 2014-4 had established terms of reference for the subcommittee on small cetacean that had largely consolidated its existing work plan. The new terms of reference were used in 2015 and 2016. It was also noted that the value of integrating the work on small cetaceans across the scientific committee subgroups. We had joint session, for example, with the group working on human-induced mortality or stock definition. Clearly, there are common areas. And as a general comment, I would stop here, or do you want me to go into 9.2.1?
Yes, please.
Okay, so 9.2.1 concerns over status. This year, the Scientific Committee made a very strong statement. The Scientific Committee has increasingly expressed concern and recommended conservation and management measures regarding different critically endangered species, subspecies, and population of cetaceans. Such cases include the vaquita, Maui dolphin, and the already extinct budgie. The Scientific Committee has repeatedly recommended stringent management measures rather than additional research, and has clearly specified geographical boundaries within which impacts need to be managed or avoided for these specific cases. However, there has often been insufficient or not management response to the recommended protection measures. Instead of implementing effective management actions, efforts have focused on more research, often leading to merely confirming a severe decline rather than preventing it. In 2013 and 2014, the Scientific Committee was very clear regarding the need to eliminate bycatch immediately and not to wait to collect more data for a number of cases. And I repeat, for a number of cases. These are really extreme situations. Vaquita, Yangtze finless porpoise, Maui dolphin, and the Baltic population of harbor porpoise. In these cases, all scientific results underline that the first priority should be to implement immediate management actions to eliminate bycatch, accompanied by research and monitoring to determine the effectiveness of these measures. So I would like to clarify that the committee does not take such a strong position lightly. However, there are cases where the situation has deteriorated so much that only immediate strong management actions have a chance to save a species or a population. Our objective should always be to avoid such situations before they arise. Then going into some comment for these specific cases. Vaquita, as I said yesterday, the proposed Vaquita resolution fully incorporates the scientific recommendations. And this, it's all. Yangtze finless porpoise. Recent information was received on ex situ conservation efforts for this critically endangered Yangtze finless porpoise in China. Whilst it welcomed the positive news on the ex situ breeding program, the committee reiterated that every possible effort be made to protect the Yangtze River finless porpoise in their natural riverine and lacustrine habitat, and recommended that a number of steps to be taken. These are identify river and lake segments with the highest porpoise concentration and enforce appropriate year-round protection measures, including fishing bans. Second step, vigorously enforce a basin-wide prohibition for the electrofishing and other fishing activities known to be threatened porpoise. Third, vigorously enforce regional and seasonal closure and sand mining and enforce environmental impact assessments. Next species, we had the discussion about the Hector's dolphin. This year the committee endorsed the new abundance estimate, which is around of Hector's dolphins around the South Island in New Zealand. And this is about, it's almost 15,000 animals, and it is considered reasonable to inform management. Maui's dolphin. The committee welcomed the update on research on Maui's dolphins provided, but it noted that no new management action has been enacted since 2013. In 2016, the committee once again concluded that the existing bycatch management measures fall short on what has been previously recommended. It expressed continued grave concern over the status of this small, severely depleted subspecies. The human-caused death of even one individual will increase the risk of extinction. This is a very small population, that's the problem. Yeah. The committee re-emphasized the critically endangered status of this subspecies and the need for precautionary management. It reiterated the highest priority should be assigned to immediate actions to eliminate bycatch, and noted that within the confirmed current range, fishing methods other than set nets and trolling should be used. On river dolphins of Amazonia, the committee agreed that with respect to river dolphins from Amazonia, the Araguayan botos will be given a high priority on its agenda. In the last few years, the committee has also expressed concern in the past about the use of Inia geofrensis and Sotalia fluviatilis as a bait for Piracatinha fishery in the Amazon basin. Specific recommendations were made, which are most relevant to contracting parties of the region. Franciscana, is an endemic species of the eastern coast of Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina, and is regarded as one of the most threatened small cetacean in South America, due to very high levels of bycatch and increasing habitat degradation. We formed a task team in 2015 on Franciscana, and the CMP has been proposed at the last meeting, and you will hear more from the Conservation Committee report. Sousa, the genus Sousa has been a priority topic of the committee for many years. The status of Sousa species has been reviewed recently by the IUCN, and an extensive synthesis has been published. We have examined progress of our recommendation and developed an overview of current knowledge gaps. No recommendation have yet been completely fulfilled, and so all remain valid. Given this lack of progress, the committee recommended an urgent focus on its previous recommendation regarding the conservation status of Sousa teguzzi, so that the protection measure can be implemented. Increased effort throughout the range on estimating bycatch and other anthropogenic mortality, and designing and implementing effective mitigation measures, and the expansion of the existing network working with Sousa species, genus, to include all who might be able to archive samples for genetic analysis and prioritize dedicated research studies to better define population boundaries, structure, and connectivity. Then this is the last species, harbor porpoise, specifically the Baltic proper population. In order to save this critically endangered population, the committee has recommended, as a matter of urgency, that all range states assess and mitigate bycatch and other anthropogenic mortality, including consideration of cumulative effect throughout the range of the population. Given its documented concern about the status of the critically endangered Baltic proper harbor porpoise, the committee recognized the great importance of the static acoustic monitoring of the Baltic harbor porpoise project, which is SAMBAT, known as a SAMBAT project, and recommended that range states work to ensure that a follow-up research project on this population is funded. And it obviously reiterates all previous recommendations on conservation actions. Then we have been discussing takes of small cetaceans in general. This year we started a discussion together with the human-induced mortality group. It was so we have a number of recommendations dealing with takes, including bycatch, hunts, and live captures. Noting the importance of information on direct takes to understand the status of this species, the committee requests the Commission and the Secretariat to encourage all member countries and IGOs, for example, NAMCO, to submit routinely information on direct takes. The committee also reiterated his long-standing recommendation on no small cetacean removals, live capture or directed harvest should be authorized for any population until a complete and up-to-date assessment of sustainability has been completed. This is also a very important and strong recommendation. The committee agreed a series of regional workshops on poorly documented hunts of small cetacean for food, bait, and cash in the Southeast Asia, Africa, and South America. The first workshop will be held next November in Thailand. Then I have another couple of topics. South Asian river dolphins. The South Asian river dolphins face a serious threat across the range, primarily fishery impacts, bycatch or target killing, and altered and declining river flows. An important emerging threat is the plan to convert 111 river reaches into waterways for inland navigation and goods transport. Although the population of the Indus subspecies in Pakistan persists despite a series of barrages there, they are also under potential threat from a recently proposed commercial waterway in the Indus River. So the committee expressed serious concern for the survival of river dolphins in India, given the new information presented to the last meeting. Especially with respect to the National Waterways Act 2016. It therefore encouraged the Indian government to ensure greater and more regular scientific representation at the committee meetings, and agreed that river dolphins will be considered as a potential priority topic at future meetings. We had, has invited participants, an Indian researcher. Last topic under this agenda item is just a brief recap on the task team and conservation management plan for small cetaceans. In 2013, the committee agreed to a trial of new intersectional approach for situations that are considered high priority from a conservation perspective at the species or population level, especially where the indication that the time is short and no effective mitigation actions are in place. So in these cases, we established what we call small cetacean task team. The aim of the initiative is to assist the committee in providing timely and effective advice on situations where a population of cetaceans is or is suspected to be in danger of a significant decline that may eventually lead to its extinction. So the ultimate aim being to ensure that extinction actually doesn't occur. And just to make it brief, we established one task team on Franciscana in 2015 and one on South Asian river dolphins in 2016. And I'll stop here. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Caterina, Chair of the Scientific Committee. And now, please, Lorenzo Rojas Brajo, the Chair of the Conservation Committee, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I will go on explaining about the small cetacean testing that Katerina just mentioned. And the chair of the scientific committee reported to us in the conservation committee this issue and explained to us that Franciscana was proposed as a good initial case study to test the task team approach. So this Franciscana task team, FTT, steering committee, got together and they decided to look at the priority tasks they had to tackle. And basically these are for management area FMA1, and that's first monitor the fisheries and estimate bycatch, assess areas at risk from coastal and offshore development, estimate abundance trends, and finally plan for long-term conservation efforts. We will be presenting more on this when we tackle CMPs in agenda item 16 tomorrow. I would also like to remind everybody that this is from our IWC66/report 05, and you can find this in pages 17 and 18. We also had the intervention of observers, Centro de Conservación Cetácea. Recall that for several years, the scientific committee has highlighted the river dolphins of the Amazon basin as a matter of concern. Centro de Conservación Cetácea encouraged range states to nominate this species for a CMP. Regarding discussions and recommendations, the Conservation Committee endorsed the report of the Scientific Committee and its recommendations. And personally, I would like to thank also the small cetacean subcommittee, their very hard work through the years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lorenzo. And now I open the floor, and first Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like first to thank the Chair of the Scientific Committee and the Chair of the Conservation Committee for their comments and their reports. And regarding the Amazon River dolphin, which was mentioned by the Chair of the Scientific Committee, I would like to state that as we mentioned during the last meeting of that committee in June, regarding the situation of the species, the Brazilian government has established a 5-year moratorium in our national territory on fishery practices and trade regarding the piracatinga fish. The Amazon River dolphin is used as bait to catch this fish. And this moratorium is effective as of January 2015. To achieve this objective, Brazil has created a program for monitoring the recovering population of the Amazon River dolphin. The activities aiming to enforce the program are currently being carried out by the Chico Mendes Institute for Biodiversity Conservation, ICMBio, which is part of our Ministry of Environment. The periodical monitoring expeditions of the program have started in September 2016 and will provide essential data for a full comprehensive report by the end of the moratorium in 2020. These activities will be supported by experts who will travel across approximately 5,000 kilometers of rivers throughout the Brazilian part of the Amazon. As you can imagine, this is a major undertaking, and our government will spare no effort to make sure that the moratorium is enforced in order to improve the status of the Amazon River dolphin species. Brazilian authorities and experts are also currently conducting inspections and operations on Amazon rivers, fishery vessels, and fish markets in search for indication of any sign of illegal activities. Since the expeditions we mentioned have started this September, we should have more in-depth information in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Argentina, and then Mexico. Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, queremos agradecer a Caterina por el informe y queremos agradecer también todo el trabajo realizado tanto por el Comité Científico y el Comité de Conservación. Principalmente, me parece que es importante agradecerle también a la convenor y co-convenor del subcomité de pequeños cetáceos por el enorme trabajo que realizan durante las largas sesiones del comité científico. Quería comentar que con respecto a Franciscana, bueno, en el punto 16 de la agenda, Argentina, Brasil y Uruguay presentarán la propuesta de SMP de Franciscana que se elaborará en conjunto, pero también quería mencionar que el 3 de diciembre del año pasado, por resolución del Consejo Federal Pesquero y luego de un trabajo de algunos años, donde participaron agencias gubernamentales, científicos, instituciones académicas y representantes de la sociedad civil, Argentina aprobó el Plan de Acción Nacional para reducir la interacción de mamíferos marinos con pesquería, que recibe el nombre de el PAN de mamíferos marinos, que es el nombre que normalmente lo conocemos nosotros, y en este sentido y bajo este plan nacional lo que existe un punto particular, una recomendación particular para reducir las mortalidades producidas por bycatch franciscana y ya se está comenzando a implementar. También deseo agradecer la implementación por parte del Comité Científico de la Task Force para franciscana, para apoyar los trabajos realizados especialmente en la FMA1 en Brasil y destacar e invitar a todos los gobiernos para seguir trabajando en la protección de los pequeños cetáceos, principalmente aquellas especies amenazadas que han sido destacadas con sucesivas recomendaciones por el Comité Científico y el Comité de Conservación. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. Now Mexico, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Primero que nada, también agradecerle a Brasil y Argentina sus intervenciones y su trabajo con Franciscana. Para ahorrar tiempo y no intervenir más, ayer tuvimos una buena discusión sobre el tema de vaquita. Solo recordarles a los participantes de esta reunión que en el documento IWC66 CC30 es el reporte de voluntario de conservación de México. Ahí viene más información sobre lo que hemos hecho con vaquita, tanto en investigación como en manejo. Quisiera también recordarles que gracias al trabajo del Comité Científico, el programa de monitorización de vaquita fue mejorado y hemos utilizado las recomendaciones de este subcomité para impulsarlo, implementarlo. Y por último, noticias recientes de que los nuevos generación de drones utilizados por la Armada de México y otras agencias de vigilancia detuvieron a 7 barcos en los últimos 9 días. Gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. I have on the list Switzerland, the US, New Zealand, Belgium, and 2 NGOs who wish to speak. So next, Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Switzerland takes the view that nothing in the convention nor in its 1956 protocol would prevent the Commission from taking decisions regarding the management of small cetaceans. This position is essentially determined by our perception that whale means any species of the zoological order Cetacea, because Article 2 of the Convention does not contain a definition giving a narrower meaning to the term. Also, there are similar environmental threats to all species and direct and indirect takes. Managing small cetaceans by the Commission is even more important, since several of the currently most endangered species of the world are small cetaceans. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. The US?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to begin by commending and thanking Brazil and Argentina for the work that they are doing to try and save the Franciscana. The United States fully appreciates the Science Committee's strong recommendation regarding the vaquita. Along with the government of Mexico and many other nations, we are concerned about the plight of the species as reported in the 2016 report of the Scientific Committee. The United States wishes to commend the government of Mexico for its conservation initiatives to reduce the fisheries bycatch of vaquita. For many years, the U.S. and Mexico have worked together to assess the state of the critically endangered species and to address the issues leading to its decline. We note that the Scientific Committee has again expressed its extreme concern for the status of the vaquita. On July 22nd, the presidents of Mexico and the United States committed to take a number of steps and intensify bilateral cooperation to protect the extremely endangered vaquita. And we look forward to those steps and other actions having a positive effect on the health of the species. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Now, New Zealand.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to touch on the Maui and Hector's dolphins that were raised by the Chair of the Scientific Committee. Firstly, we would like to thank the Chair of the Scientific Committee for her presentation on the report of the two subspecies. New Zealand is concerned about any Hector's and Maui dolphin mortality and will continue to advocate for protection of both subspecies. We have an extensive and comprehensive range of protection measures for Maui dolphins which address seismic survey operations, seabed mineral mining, set net, trawl and drift net activities. We provided an update on those measures to the 2016 Scientific Committee, so I won't go into those now, but just for example, it includes updating the Maui Threat Management Plan, creating a Maui Dolphin Research Advisory Group, an extension of the set net vessel prohibition, mandatory observer coverage, in trawl and set net vessels in particular areas. The New Zealand Ministers of Conservation and Primary Industries issued a joint press release last Thursday, the 18th of October, on a new abundance estimate of the Maui dolphin population. The estimate indicates there are now about 63 individuals over the age of 1 year, with 95% confidence there are between 57 and 75 dolphins. This is slightly more than the previous estimate of 2010 to 11 of about 55 adult dolphins. With 95% confidence there were between 48 and 69 individuals. So we wanted to share with the Commission today that this research gives us updated and robust data on the Maui dolphin population, and it's possible to compare the results because the methodology used for the 2015-16 estimate was the same as that used for the 2010 to 11 survey. We acknowledge that it's difficult to infer population trends because the estimated ranges in abundance overlap. Further analysis of the data to investigate the rate of change in the population will be included in the final report, but the initial results are encouraging. The results of this survey will be published next month along with sightings, data and risk assessment analyses, and they'll be used to inform the review of the Maui and Hector Dolphin Threat Management Plan, which is scheduled for 2018. An executive summary is available through our opening statement to this Commission, and the full report will be available shortly. We'd just like to conclude by saying that there is no dispute that the Maui dolphin population is still at a very low level, The New Zealand Government is committed to ensuring its long-term viability. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. I have now Belgium and 2 NGOs, and then I would like to end the discussion or the comments and to move on to the next agenda item. So please, first Belgium now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Belgium congratulates the Scientific Committee for its highly valuable work on small cetaceans. We note the recommendations coming out of this work regarding critically endangered species and populations, and emphasize that for most of these, bycatch remains the major threat to survival for both individuals as well as for populations. In fact, we learned through the Scientific Committee that all around the globe, but also in Europe, very high numbers of bycatch animals remain a bitter reality. It is clear that we have to act now. Therefore, we welcome the fact that the HIM subgroup of the Scientific Committee has widened its mandate to refer to this issue with regard to small cetaceans. We furthermore welcome the new approach of task teams, tackling specific issues in certain areas, like the one for vaquita. Belgium is aware of the plight of the harbor porpoises living in our own coasts, many of which drown in fishing nets too. Hence, we are dedicated to support this emerging work stream and work together with other member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Now, please, the first NGO.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Emma Leslie from WWF, but today I speak in the name of Australian Marine Conservation Society, Animal Welfare Institute, Centro de Conservación Cetácea, Cetacean Society International, Environmental Investigation Agency, Fundación CETOS, Fundación Conservaré from Colombia, Instituto Conservación de Ballenas, International Fund for Animal Welfare, Humane Society International, Ocean Care, Pro Wildlife, Whale and Dolphin Conservation, Whaleman Foundation, and WWF. Please allow me, before I go into more detail with our intervention, to thank the government of the Republic of Korea for sharing the documentary about the successful release and reintegration of former captive bottlenose dolphins back into their natural habitat. Small cetaceans are among the most endangered and yet least assessed marine species of the world. Therefore, we welcome the approval of Resolution 2014-4 at IWC65 that consolidates the mandate of the Small Cetacean Standing Subcommittee and directs the Scientific Committee to continue to improve its work towards conservation-related matters. This includes an increased allocation of funding for conservation-oriented research, which needs to include small cetaceans, such as the task teams for intersessional action on particularly threatened species. To that end, we would like to emphasize the following. In the case of Franciscana, we support the endorsement of a conservation management plan, the first for a small cetacean, as well as the recommendation to monitor and mitigate bycatch, and assess the extent and other characteristics of fisheries in Franciscana Range countries as high priorities. In the case of Amazon River dolphins, the Scientific Committee has informed us that about their concern about the use of Amazon River dolphins as bait for the Piracatinga fishery. Despite the establishment of the 5-year moratorium by Brazil on fishing and marketing of Piracatinga, according to the IUCN Cetacean Specialist Group, the trade in Piracatinga continues, and therefore dolphins are still greatly threatened. We welcome Brazil's commitment to strengthen enforcement efforts in collaboration with other range countries, particularly Colombia, as the main import market for Piracatinga. And we recommend the Conservation Committee to consider Amazon River dolphins as candidates for another conservation management plan. In the case of Asian river dolphins, these face serious threats across the range, as has been just shared with us by the chair of the Scientific Committee. Such threats include fishery impacts and altered and declining river flows. Just this week, WWF is announcing that the population of critically endangered Mekong River dolphins in the Cheutal transboundary pool between southern Laos and northern Cambodia
has shrunk by 50% this year alone. With only 3 remaining individuals, the population is now considered functionally extinct. Now to the Baltic waters. In order to save the critically endangered Baltic harbor porpoise, we support the Scientific Committee recommendation that all countries adjoining the Baltic proper assess and mitigate bycatch and support the efforts of ASCOBANs to do so. Based on the fact that fisheries pose the greatest direct threat to cetaceans of all sizes, we strongly believe that the bycatch mitigation initiative recently endorsed by the Conservation Committee should prioritize efforts to address the incidental catch of critically endangered small cetaceans, as well as that of the great whales. To that end, in addition to the contributions to the Voluntary Small Cetaceans Fund announced by 3 NGOs this week, an additional $4,000 is being contributed by 5 other organizations, the list of which will be shared with the Secretariat shortly. We've already lost the Baiji. Let's not let history repeat itself. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for this contribution. And now I would like to give the floor to the next NGO.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Astrid Fuchs, and I speak on behalf of WDC and a large number of other organizations. As we discussed yesterday, the vaquita is on the precipice of extinction. Sadly, there are other small cetacean subspecies and populations that are literally racing the vaquita to extinction. In New Zealand, for example, there are about 63 Maoist dolphins left according to government survey results released this month, and they remain imperiled as a result of capture in gillnet trawls and from the adverse impact of seismic testing and energy exploration and development. For Hector's dolphins, several South Island populations, also numbering fewer than 100 individuals, are seriously threatened by the same factors. According to the latest population estimate, Maui dolphins are declining by 3% annually. This is not unexpected, considering that only a small percent of their habitat is protected and the subspecies' ongoing decimations through bycatch, a problem that has persisted for 4 decades. Mr. Chairman, if we are truly committed to the conservation of cetaceans, then at some point we have to concede that it may simply not be possible for certain activities to occur within the habitat of imperiled species. Here, in the case of the Maui's and Hector's dolphins, it is abundantly clear, as supported by the scientific evidence, that gillnetting, trawling, and seismic testing and energy exploration and development activities are simply inconsistent with the protection and recovery of these imperiled dolphins. Indeed, in its assessment of the status of the Maui dolphin, the IWC Scientific Committee expressed grave concern over the status of this small, severely depleted subspecies and concluded that the management measures in relation to bycatch mitigation fall short of previous recommendations. Additional research is not the answer. Doing so would mean that we are literally studying this subspecies to death. Action is mandatory and urgent. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, we call on the government of New Zealand to immediately ban gillnetting and trawling, prohibit the use of seismic air guns, and ban energy development activities, including any new marine mining projects within the habitat of the imperiled dolphins. The development and study of alternative and sustainable fishing methods that don't harm or kill protected species and provision of alternative livelihood opportunities must also be pursued to assist those fishers affected by these sensible and urgent conservation measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with this, we close the discussion on this agenda item, and I would like to move forward to 9.2.2. Progress with projects undertaken through the IWC Small Cetaceans Voluntary Fund. And first, I would like to ask the chair of the Scientific Committee to inform us about the work done under this.
Thank you, Chair. This is an extremely valuable contribution to conservation of small cetaceans, with an emphasis on developing countries and critical conservation needs. Besides supporting the participation of experts to the annual meetings of the committee, since 2010, these funds have been used to support 15 projects for a total of around 350,000 pounds dispersed. During the biennium 2015-2016, prior to this Commission meeting, donations to the Voluntary Fund for Small Cetaceans Conservation Research, totaling over £76,000 were received from the government of Italy, the Netherlands, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, as well as from whale and dolphin conservation, WWF International, World Animal Protection, Pro-Life, and Campaign Whale. The committee clearly thanked all these countries and organizations that made the voluntary contributions. In 2016, there was a new call for proposal, and the Secretariat received 20 projects proposal. The committee noted that the great contribution to cetacean conservation and through his usual procedure, recommended 7 projects for funding. Please note that currently there is sufficient funding only to cover 5 of them partially or in full, and 2 are pending if there will be additional funds. So once again, from my side, any further donation will be highly welcome. This is a really nice work that is proposed, and actually I would like to highlight that the 2 projects which are pending are one on the issue of river dolphins used as a bait, and the other one is about dry hunt in the Solomon Islands. And I would, for the last one, I would like to highlight also that the project is conducted totally in harmony with the local government. Thank you.
Thank you, and can I ask now the Chair of the Conservation Committee, Mexico, to provide some information about the discussions held during the meetings, please?
Thank you, Chair. We also received the report from the Conservation Committee, a very nice presentation by Mike Shadat, co-convener of the Small Cetaceans Committee, and explained basically what the Chair of the Scientific Committee just mentioned a few minutes ago. The committee thanked all those countries and organizations that have made voluntary contributions. Probably those countries could report directly to all of us. And the committee applauded the generosity of all those pledging nations. And we also encourage donations to this very important fund. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now I open the floor. The Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Chair. Contrary to other interventions, I speak this time only on behalf of the Netherlands itself. We attach the particular importance to the research work done on small cetaceans, and therefore I'm pleased to announce that for the coming year we are yet again prepared to make a donation to the Voluntary Fund for Cetacean Conservation Research. Thank you.
Thank you, the Netherlands. And now the United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. And can I thank Katerina for her hugely informative presentation earlier. The UK strongly supports the continued work of the IWC to tackle the multiple threats facing small cetaceans and welcomes the important contribution to the Voluntary Fund continues to make in this regard. The Scientific Committee's work on small cetaceans has played a crucial role in identifying and highlighting the threats that are common to so many small cetacean species, particularly those that are found inshore or in fresh waters. We've heard a lot of interventions today expressing concern about the status of many small cetacean populations. The UK recalls the comments it made at IWC66 on the conservation status of several species of small cetacean, and would again draw the Commission's attention to the large number of urgent recommendations and expressions of grave concern made by the Scientific Committee. In particular, we note the concerning situation of the vaquita, where we have already heard about the critical state of this species. We sincerely hope that this meeting will pass a strong resolution to help secure its future. The Maui dolphin, where New Zealand has just mentioned a recent abundance estimate of about 63 adults. This means the loss of a single individual is of significant concern for the population. We therefore welcome the Government of New Zealand's continued proactive efforts to implement a management plan which includes the monitoring of possible threats such as bycatch and ship strikes. The Franciscana. We welcome news from Argentina, Brazil and Uruguay that this species will be the subject of the first conservation management plan for small cetacean species. We hope this will set a precedent for the successful implementation of CMPs for other species of small cetacean. And river dolphin, in particular the southern Asian river dolphins, which are subject to many threats, including bycatch and declining river levels. We will strongly support the prioritization of these species for future work by the IWC. We commend the efforts being made by governments to reverse the alarming declines in these species and hope that concerted efforts continue to ensure that these and other species do not suffer the same fate as the baiji. With all of this in mind, and to emphasise the UK's continued commitment to the protection of small cetaceans globally, I am pleased to announce that the UK will be donating £10,000 to the IWC Small Cetacean Fund as a means of assisting continued efforts to protect and recover these and other important small cetacean species. We would also like to thank the recent announcements of donations to this fund from civil society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the UK, and thank you very much for this donation. And I have now the US on the list, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supports the continued work of the Scientific Committee on Small Cetaceans. We encourage the Commission and Scientific Committee to find means of supporting the participation of scientists from a broad range of countries, in particular developing countries, and especially countries having cetacean populations listed on the IUCN Red List as either endangered or critically endangered. Thank you.
Thank you, the US. With this, there is no more request on the list. Before we move to the next agenda item, just say that we had some other donations indicated or presented last week. So Italy, Ocean Care, Oil, Man, International Pro Wildlife, and as all others, also the 5 that will add some more contribution to this fund that will be published together, of course, with the UK, the Netherlands, on the website. So thank you all of them. And some agenda items will be closed. I think donating will never be closed. So with this, we move on to the next agenda item, which is 9.3, cetaceans health and disease. And I'm coming back to the chair of the scientific committee, asking you to report on the ongoing work. Thank you.
Thank you. You can find a summary of our discussion on this topic on IWC6617, again, item 13.4, page 10. The committee established a working group to discuss this topic, cetacean disease of concern, in 2008. In 2012, it was proposed to develop a website that provides information on infectious diseases, for example, viral, bacterial, fungal, and parasitic disease, and not infectious diseases. For example, nutritional disorders or environmental condition, biotoxins. In 2016, an update and a demonstration of the cetacean disease of concern beta website was provided at the meeting, and this work is ongoing. And that's all under this agenda item from my side.
Thank you, Katerina. Just a note that the strandings will be covered on a later agenda item. And now, please, Lorenzo, could you inform us about the work in the Conservation Committee?
Chair, I don't think we have anything to report on cetacean health and disease, neither on the next agenda item on stock definition.
Thank you. The floor is open. If there are no comments, we'll move on then to 9.4, stock definition and DNA testing. And yeah, please once more, Chair of the Scientific Committee.
Thank you. You can find a summary of our discussion on these topics under item 12, page 15, and item 17, page 25 and 26. Understanding population structure is essential to almost all aspects of the scientific committee work. And the committee has two technical working groups which are still working on reviewing and updating guidelines for the preparation and analysis of genetic data. They provide feedback and recommendations to other subcommittee on technical aspects of papers which are submitted. They develop operative and consistent terminology on stock definitions and stock structure and DNA work, consider simulation-based approaches to evaluate stock structure, and they review genetic methods and DNA registries, for example, the gene bank. And that's all I have to say under this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone requesting the floor? No? Okay. With this, we finished agenda item 9. The next agenda item on our list is cetaceans habitat. And as we have almost 12:30, as you worked so well, I would allow you to break now for lunch, a little bit earlier, but asking you to be back in time at 2 p.m. so that we can go straight into the work on 10 cetaceans habitat. So with this, I break. Thank you.
Should have a wheelchair. You have wheels on the chair.
That's at 7 at the bar, so at the 11th floor. And for all of you not being a commissioner or an alternate commissioner, I'm happy to announce that Switzerland will offer just a drink after the meeting. So 5:30 when you're leaving the room, and giving some further information to the paintings you may have seen probably at the last few days. So there will be something to drink, and all the commissioners and alternates, you will have a second or even a third drink a little bit later, so at 7 if you didn't get yet the invitation. So with this, I now really would like to start, and we have cetacean habitat, agenda item 10, 10.1, state of the cetaceans environment social. And it was, we had the resolution 2007, and in this regard, I would like now the chair of the scientific committee to provide us with some update on the work. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under this agenda item, I would like to highlight one specific issue that was discussed at the last scientific committee. And you can find a summary of this discussion in IWC 6617, item 13.10, page 19. Information were received on the collapse of a mine tailing dam in November 2015, which released iron mining waste and construction material, including heavy metals, into the Doce River system in Brazil, which is an ecologically important region inhabited by Guiana and Franciscana dolphins. The committee endorsed the activities that were suggested to evaluate the impact of this spill, and expressed deep concern about the amount of contaminated water discharge. The fact that the dam is still leaking contaminated water into the ecosystem, and that the dam is still vulnerable to additional losses. The committee recommended that the stabilization of the dam is urgent, and work to actually decontaminate and restore this ecosystem. It should be urgent measure. It agreed that there is a critical need to learn from such disaster to determine how long impact lasts, how they can be prevented, how to improve cleanup efforts, and promote recovery. It agreed that assessment work and lesson learned from the deep water horizon oil spill should be incorporated into the current Franciscana studies. If possible, other regions at risk from similar accident should be identified and processes set in place to avoid any other disaster. And this is all about just the general agenda item 10. Concerning 10.1, state of the cetacean environment, the SOCR provides an annual update on publication on matters relevant to the environment and cetaceans. In 2015, the regional focus was the Pacific Ocean. In 2016, it was Arctic and Antarctic regions. Next year, it will be the Indian Ocean region again, and in 2018, Mediterranean Black Sea again. And I'll stop here.
Thank you. The floor is open for any comments. None. So then we will move on to agenda item 10.2, ecosystem modeling. And I would like to ask you again, please, to introduce. Scientific
thank
Committee?
you.
Okay.
So you can find the summary of our discussion on ecosystem modeling under item 14, page 20 of the two-year summary. As I said, the first day, the committee examines relevant aspects of the nature and extent of the ecological relationships between whales and the ecosystem in which they live. In this context, the priority work falls under three main areas: reviewing ecosystem modeling outside the IWC, and in this context, there is a very strong collaboration with CAMLR, and it's important to notice the forthcoming joint workshops which will be undertaken in the next biennium. Second area is exploring how such models can contribute to developing scenarios for testing the RMP. And the final area is reviewing other issues relevant to ecosystem modeling within the committee. And that's all under 10.2.
Thank you. The floor is open. Then I would thank the Scientific Committee for their hard work under this agenda item, as well, of course, the work done under 10.1 social. Thank you very much to the Scientific Committee. And we just move straight forward to the next agenda item 10.3, Arctic Ocean. And I ask you again to inform us about the work of the Scientific Committee, please.
Thank you, Chair. You can find a summary of our discussions on Arctic Ocean under item 13.8, page 18. However, with your permission, I would like to give the floor to the head of science on this matter with respect to the cooperation with the Antarctic Council.
Thank you. It was the idea to do so, but it sounds better when you are asking for. So yes, please, the head of science.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I was privileged and delighted, in fact, to attend a meeting of the Arctic Council's working group on the protection of the Arctic environment in February earlier this year in Stockholm. That Arctic Council working group has a number of subgroups, including a shipping expert group, an oil and gas expert group, ecosystem approach expert group, and an MPA, Marine Protected Areas expert group. So I attended sessions of each of these groups, and I was able to talk to them about the relevant work that we are doing, as well as for me and on behalf of the IWC to learn about the excellent scientific, technical and outreach work that they were involved in, including their work with the industries and indigenous peoples. In their plenary session, I was invited to give a presentation on the recent relevant IWC work on human disturbance within the Arctic, and I focused on the work of the Scientific Committee, the Conservation Committee, the ASW Subcommittee, and in particular I focused and brought attention to the workshop on Arctic issues that we held in 2014. In particular, I focused on the many areas of overlap between our work and that of the Arctic Council and its working groups, and the many recommendations that we have made for cooperation with the Arctic Council. I know you know these, but matters of the mutual interest in particular include climate change, ship strikes, oil and gas activities, noise, bycatch and fishing gear, subsistence hunting, and ecosystem modelling. I stressed the willingness of us in the IWC to assist in providing advice and input on cetacean-related matters to the Arctic Council's work and of its working groups, such as PAME. I'm very pleased to say that the members of the working group were very interested in our work, and as you can find if you look in their report, they support ongoing communication, cooperation, and collaboration with us. I think this is a very positive development, and it can only be beneficial to the work of both organizations. I think that continuing and expanding our work with the Arctic Council including this working group and the others, will be of great benefit to both bodies in addressing the complex issues of changes in the Arctic environment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Greg, Head of Science, for giving us this positive feedback. And now I would like to open the floor. Then thanks once more to the Scientific Committee, and in this regard also to the Secretariat to reach out and for their engagement with the Arctic Council. 10.4, climate change. And please, Katerina, could you us inform?
Thank you again. You find a summary of our discussion on climate change under item 13.7 on page 18. The primary focus of discussions has been related to developing an effective work plan in this field. In 2015, the committee recommended that we should work expeditiously and together with other IGOs that are trying to progress this topic, including the Convention for Migratory Species, the Convention for Biological Diversity, and IUCN. The committee also recommended that the intersectional working group refine its terms of reference to include clarification about the scope of this work. Finally, the committee agreed to focus work on actions that support its work and that of the Commission. The following foci were encouraged, three basically. One on riverine freshwater and coastal small cetaceans, one on large whales in polar habitats, an ecosystem, and one on development of further links with appropriate IGOs. And this concludes my intervention here.
Thank you, Katerina. May I ask the chair of the Conservation Committee if you could add some information from your committee? Please, Lorenzo.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that's a topic that is in our strategic plan that was endorsed by the Conservation Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to open the floor for discussion. I see the US and then India. So the US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Chair of the Science Committee and the Conservation Committee for their reports. Just wanted to note that 2015 was the warmest year on record for the planet. While impacts are happening around the world, the Arctic appears to be warming twice as quickly as the rest of the world on average. Changes in the climate are leading to, among other things, a decrease in ice cover, an earlier seasonal retreat of ice, and later formation of ice, all of which are leading to increased uses of Arctic resources and transportation routes. This will, in turn, lead to increased effects on cetaceans in the Arctic and on the subsistence hunts undertaken by native communities. Given that the greatest changes in the Earth's climate are being felt in the Arctic, the Scientific Committee may wish, at least initially, to focus its climate change work on that region. Thank you.
Thank you, US. India, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. As far as cetacean habitat is concerned, India has listed all cetaceans in the Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, thereby according them the highest degree of protection. Hunting of these species is prohibited under Indian law. India has also established marine sanctuaries in its territorial waters for conservation of marine species. Currently, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is implementing a global environment facility supported a coastal and marine project in partnership with the United Nations Development Program. The project is titled Mainstreaming Coastal and Marine Biodiversity into Production Sectors and is being implemented in the east coast of India at East Godavari River Estuarine ecosystem, Andhra Pradesh, and in the west coast in Sindhubar district, Maharashtra. This project also envisages conservation initiatives for cetaceans. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. India? As there are no other speakers on the screen, ocean floor, I will move on to 10.5, Technical Review of the Southern Ocean Sanctuary. As you know, it is the second technical review of the Southern Ocean Sanctuary. The first one was completed in 2004. And I will hear first now the chair from the scientific committee about their work they've done. Please.
Thank you, Chair. You can find a summary of our discussions under item 19.2, pages 30 and 31. This item was already reported to the Conservation Committee in detail, and you will certainly hear more in a second from Lorenzo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so it's up to you, Lorenzo. Please inform us.
Thank you. Chair, we followed a similar process to the one we did with the Southern Atlantic Whale Sanctuary for delivering a committee contribution to the dedicated review of the SOS. And this was agreed by the Conservation Committee planning meeting. And backgrounds on this can be found in IWC66/C16 and CC22. We had the same steering group consisting of Australia, France, the UK, and then the US. And they provided a contribution to the review of the Conservation Committee. And the initial draft was also circulated in September, and you can see that one in CC23. This document provides a positive review of the SOS, concluding specifically that it is consistent with existing measures to protect whales from anthropogenic threats and other environmental factors, that it contributes positively to a number of existing international commitments on biodiversity and climate change, and it is consistent with the precautionary approach. Several countries drew attention to the Scientific Committee's recommendation that a management plan be developed for the SOS. It believed that the CC was the appropriate body to develop such a plan in consultation with the Scientific Committee. It was also noted that development of management plan would have cost implications which should be brought to the Commission's attention. Also, the chair of the Scientific Committee asked for clarification on the role of the Scientific Committee in the development of management plan so that it can work plan and update accordingly their work plan. The committee endorsed document IWC66/CC23 to be appended to the committee's report, that's Appendix 5, as its recommendation to the Commission on the decadal review of the Southern Ocean Sanctuary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lorenzo. The floor is open. I see Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Australia welcomes the review of the Southern Ocean Sanctuary conducted by both the Scientific Committee and the Conservation Committee. This is the first time reviews have been conducted in this way using the two committees, and I think it's worked very well. We note the positive elements in both reviews, and in particular in the Scientific Committee's review, noting the substantial body of research undertaken in the Southern Ocean as part of the Southern Ocean Research Partnership. So we're very pleased to see this review conclude, and we welcome the idea, as Lorenzo suggested, of the sanctuary management plan, and look forward to the development of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. Now, New Zealand.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to endorse the comments made by Australia, particularly in respect of the work that's gone into the Southern Ocean Research Program, and to take this opportunity to thank the Chair of the Scientific Committee and the Conservation Committee for the work that has gone into the review. New Zealand fully supports the recommendation for the development of a management plan and associated performance measures for the Southern Ocean Sanctuary. We think this would enable a more holistic assessment of the Southern Ocean Sanctuary, and we think it's a really valuable and innovative way to work within this Commission. So we'd just like to thank others for all the work that has gone into this, which is not represented in such a short discussion on this issue today. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the report from the Scientific Committee as to the decadal review of Southern Ocean Sanctuary. And I also appreciate the experts who are involved in the review process at the Scientific Committee meeting. And I really like to encourage that the participants of this meeting to look at the Scientific Committee report itself, which describes the review of SOS, the pages 113, 114, and 115. There have been some points raised. For example, one of the square box recommendations, which is agreement of the committee, says it is not possible to fully evaluate whether the collaborative projects that have been undertaken would have occurred without the sanctuary designation. So these are one of the points we have been raising, and we are grateful that that is now recorded. And my second point is this time, like the previous review in 2004, the Scientific Committee has provided a series of recommendations, again in a box part of the Scientific Committee report on page 114. And I really like to see that there's some progress being made during the coming period to address these recommendations, because in my understanding, since the last review and this review, not much of the recommendations were addressed as to the SOS is concerned. So again, Mr. Chair, I'd like to draw attention to the recommendations by the Scientific Committee, and I'd like to express our wish that those recommendations be addressed in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. So would it be then possible to adopt the recommendations from the Scientific Committee and what we heard from the Conservation Committee? I see Brazil.
Yes, Chair. Just would like to mention that we would like to comment on the mention made by our distinguished chairman of the Scientific Committee on the Rio Doce disaster. The item, she mentioned this very briefly in the beginning of her analysis this afternoon, and when you consider it timely, we would just like to comment on that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just briefly.
Thank you for the opportunity. We would like to thank the chairman of the Scientific Committee for the comments. We fully acknowledge the seriousness of the environmental impact of the Bento Rodrigues Dam accident, which occurred in 2015. Our government is doing everything it can do at this point in time to remedy and relieve its impacts, not only through the many communities that the river flows by, but also into the ocean. And these efforts include the implementation of a wide-ranging program to effectively measure and monitor the short-term, medium-term, and long-term environmental impacts. The company responsible for the accident, San Marco Mineração, a joint partnership between two nations, was legally penalized by a Brazilian court in both civil and penal counts. Environmental federal agencies are currently carrying out an ample survey in order for the government to undertake the appropriate measures. We will be sure to bring the result of these activities to the next meeting of the International Whaling Commission Scientific Committee. I would just like to add that we very much welcome the suggestion made by the President of the Scientific Committee in that we should share best practices in dealing with the aftermath of a disaster of this magnitude. Brazil would of course also welcome any other contribution, any other idea that may be brought to our attention through this institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brazil. Well, I try not to move too fast, but yes, the next agenda items we have might also to be discussed in depth. So to come back, I understood that we can adopt the recommendations. So this would then mean that we can close agenda item 10, cetacean habitat. I just give the last chance to take the floor in the case I'm wrong. Okay, then we move on, and we having now agenda item 11 in front of us, unintended anthropogenic impacts. And please, may I ask the chair of the scientific committee to provide some update.
Thank you, Chair. You find the summary of our discussions on Pollution 2000 Plus research program under item 13.2, page 15. Work has continued to refine the individual based model, population model that has been developed under the excellent Pollution 2020 initiative. Good progress is also being made with an online contaminant visualization and mapping portal. This visualization and mapping portal will allow users to explore a database of trends in contaminants in different cetacean species across the world. The committee examined an extensive amount of new information on this matter and provided a number of research recommendations that you can find in our annual reports. The committee also discussed oil spill impact, which is agenda item 13.3, page 16. During both meetings, there was considerable attention paid to the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon oil spill and the general question of oil spill response. The committee agreed that there is compelling evidence that oil and dispersant have substantive long-term health impact on cetaceans. Therefore, it encouraged additional work to evaluate the effectiveness of restoration activities for cetaceans affected by the Deepwater Horizon spill, and also emphasized the importance of baseline information for damage assessment and recovery monitoring, and recommend collection of high-quality baseline data, especially before oil and gas exploration begins or expands, or shipping lines and ports are developed or increased, and agreed that an adaptive management framework is essential to provide feedback on the impact of all of the restoration activities. In terms of the general issue of oil spill and cetaceans, the committee re-emphasized the importance of avoiding oil spills in the first place, and reiterated the importance of the collection of baseline data on location, health status, and other measures in area of high risk of impact to cetaceans. The committee made a number of research recommendations and endorsed a fully structured work plan on these matters. And this concludes my intervention under 11.1.
Thank you. The floor is open. Then we move on, and thank you. We move on to 11.2, the marine debris. And may I ask the chair of the Conservation Committee to introduce, please?
Thank you, Chair. What we discussed in the Conservation Committee was IWC engagement with other IGOs on marine debris, following the desirability of our Commission to work jointly with these other organizations. It highlighted the Secretariat highlighted the IWC contribution to the report of the United Nations Secretary General on the issue of marine debris, including plastics and microplastics, to the 17th meeting of the United Nations open-ended informal consultation process on oceans and law of the sea in June this year, and engagement with the United Nations Environmental Programme and the United Nations Environmental Assembly. For the details on this, you can read them in IWC66/04. Several countries encourage that we get engaged with the Global Ghost Gear Initiative as well. The committee welcomed progress made in addressing the issue of marine debris and encouraged further collaboration with IGOs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I will open the floor, and I saw the US. So the US disappeared, is coming back. So US, please.
Yes, I'm back. Just like to thank the chair of the Conservation Committee for that report, and endorse the idea of working with the Global Ghost Gear Initiative. It's an initiative that the U.S. has worked with, particularly through the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I have on the list Austria, Mexico, and then an NGO. So next, Austria, please.
Thank you very much. It is estimated that nearly 1 million tons of fishing gear end up lost and discarded in the oceans each year. Such gear can persist for hundreds of years. 100,000 marine mammals are impacted by that every year. Although this is a minimum estimate because so many animals are caught and die unseen. We therefore look forward to progress on the work of the Whale Welfare Action Plan to develop a global database for cetacean entanglements. The training and coordination of the IWC Global Whale Disentanglement Response Network is a critical part of this work. We therefore welcome the Secretariat's collaboration with the global initiatives dealing with lost and abandoned fishing gear such as the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, as well as the Global Partnership on Marine Litter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austria. Mexico now.
Thank you, Chair. Just to let you know that Mexico, jointly with US and WWF Mexico, we started an intense program to remove derelict fishing gear from the upper Gulf of California. We've been working for 2 weeks now, together with fishermen and the Mexican Navy, and we will report to the scientific committee next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Now I give the floor to the NGO.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Government of Slovenia for being our kind hosts. I speak on behalf of World Animal Protection on one component of marine debris, that is the problem of abandoned, lost and discarded fishing gear. World Animal Protection has supported the work of IWC's Global Whale Entanglement Response Network over the last couple of years and commends the IWC for taking a practical, hands-on approach to this problem, in addition to the Whale Welfare Assessment Framework and Welfare Action Plan, highlighting the threats that fishing gear causes to marine mammals. In 2015, World Animal Protection founded the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, GGGI, a multi-stakeholder alliance bringing together the private sector, the fishing industry, scientific researchers, government agencies and NGOs to combat this issue, and we thank the governments who have spoken of their support for collaboration with the GGGI in committee meetings and in plenary. The GGGI unites those with the knowledge and power to make real headway on this issue. In support of Sustainable Development Goal 14.2, it sees sectors coming together with a common goal to reduce lost fishing gear blighting our oceans and to end the immeasurable suffering it causes to marine life through ingestion and entanglement. The GGGI is working with the CSIRO, which is the Australian Government Research Agency, to establish an entanglement data portal to better understand ghost gear causes, impacts and trends globally. The evidence gathered will be used to prioritise solutions in hotspot areas where ghost gear is a particular problem. So acting as the Secretariat for the GGGI, World Animal Protection is at the IWC to seek collaboration between the IWC and GGGI on the issue of marine debris to find solutions to entanglements in ghost gear, and to ask the IWC to collaborate with other multilateral platforms such as the FAO and UNEP, and to support the development of a database for whale entanglements under the Animal Welfare Action Plan, and to urge Member States to submit standardised data on whale entanglements in a way that means it can be shared with the new GGGI data portal. It would also be useful for this data to include information on ingestion. I will ask the Secretariat if they may publish an information paper on the Global Ghost Gear Initiative on the meeting website for delegates to review. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have no further requests, so we move on to 11.3, cetacean bycatch. And can I ask Lorenzo again to introduce?
Thank you, Chair. This issue was discussed in 2 conservation planning meetings in 2015 and 2016, and we tasked Mark Siemens to work with the interested parties and observers to develop suggestions for the Conservation Committee on advancing work to reduce cetacean bycatch. We had document CC05, which is a proposal for IWC bycatch initiative. The document highlights the need for a global initiative to address this issue and urge that now was the time for the Commission to take this forward. The paper outlined a number of options for addressing bycatch within the IWC, including first, a threats-based conservation management plan addressing bycatch mitigation, establishment of a standing working group on bycatch under the Conservation Committee, and finally, the development of a bycatch mitigation initiative following the example of the entanglement response initiative, including establishment of an expert panel. Also, we noted that the bycatch is considered a primary threat in the Conservation Committee's new strategic planning. WWF also presented a paper and thanked for the idea of a bycatch initiative, and they draw the attention to IWC66/CC for Info 1. This document offers an analysis of threats posed by fisheries bycatch to cetacean population and makes a clear case for IWC to play a greater role in mitigating these threats globally. WWF noted the need for collaborating with individual nations and other IGOs, among them FAO, CMS, CAMELOR, ACOBAMS, ASCOBAMS, and ICES. Regarding conclusions and recommendations of the committee, we agreed to establish a standing working group on bycatch. This standing work group should progress work on the development of a bycatch mitigation initiative and the identification of an expert panel. It welcomed the offer by Mark Simmons to serve as an interim coordinator to assist with these efforts on a voluntary basis. The committee agreed to draw to the F&A committee attention to budgetary implications of this initiative outlined in section 3.5 of IWCC05. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see the United Kingdom wishing to take the floor. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bycatch remains one of the most significant threats facing cetaceans globally from a conservation and welfare perspective. The UK is therefore extremely pleased to see the agreement of a bycatch mitigation coordinator supported by an expert panel to tackle this issue head-on. We understand the urgency of dealing with bycatch, and so in order not to incur any delay whilst we establish an appropriate longer-term funding mechanism, I'm delighted that Mark Simmons, who's in the UK delegation sitting right next to me, has offered to act as interim coordinator. Mark has considerable experience of the issues affecting cetaceans, and with 22 years consecutive service in the scientific committee, I hope you will agree that this new initiative will be in safe hands. Mark is well known to many of you, and he will be pleased to receive any relevant materials, nominations for the expert panel, and any other suggestions or contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I have the USA, Argentina, Mexico on the list, and then an NGO. So the US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Chair of the Conservation Committee for the report. As others have noted, bycatches is an extremely important issue, and I wanted to just note for the IWC members one thing that the U.S. is doing to try and help encourage reduction in bycatch, particularly related to fishing activity. In August, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration issued a new rule under our Marine Mammal Protection Act regarding fish imports. The rule establishes conditions and procedures for nations importing fish and fish products into the United States to demonstrate they have a regulatory program for reducing marine mammal incidental mortality and serious injury that is compatible in effectiveness to U.S. standards. The rule requires harvesting nations to demonstrate they prohibit the intentional mortality or serious injury of marine mammals in the course of commercial fishing operations, or have procedures to reliably certify that exports of fish and fish products to the United States are not the product of an intentional killing or serious injury of a marine mammal. To ensure effective implementation of the rule, it establishes a 5-year exemption period to allow foreign harvesting nations time to develop, as appropriate, regulatory programs compatible in effectiveness to U.S. programs. This rule marks a step forward in the global conservation of marine mammals and expanding international collaboration for best stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you. US, Argentina, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos agradecer a los comités científicos de conservación por el trabajo realizado. Nos adherimos a las palabras tanto al Reino Unido como a los Estados Unidos, en particular en lo que se refiere a lo delicado de esta situación al haber anualmente tantos animales involucrados y muertos por bycatch, con lo cual todos los esfuerzos que se hagan los vemos nosotros con muy buenos ojos. Quiero volver a destacar el Plan Nacional de Mitigación que fue aprobado el año pasado por Argentina y vemos con agrado los pasos que está considerando la Comisión Ballenera Internacional al abordar este tema que gran preocupación nos genera. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. I have now Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. La lista roja de la Unión Internacional para la clasificación de especies amenazadas y en peligro de extinción incluye a 3 especies, 6 subespecies y 10 subpoblaciones de cetáceos como críticamente amenazadas o amenazadas. El común denominador en todos estos casos es prácticamente la captura incidental en artes de pesca. Puede ser que haya otros factores que estén involucrados, deterioro del hábitat o reducción del hábitat, reducción de presas, así como otras actividades como industriales y turismo. Pero estos factores generalmente son difíciles de identificar con certeza y evaluar su riesgo es bastante complicado y entonces cuesta trabajo tomar acciones de conservación decisivas. Factores como los que mencioné pueden ser crónicos o insidiosos, pero bycatch is acutely lethal, es letal completamente. Entonces, como el factor de riesgo más grande que representa las artes de pesca para las especies de cetáceos costeras, damos una cordial bienvenida a esta iniciativa y agradecemos al Reino Unido sus ofrecimientos y nos adherimos a las palabras también de Australia, de Estados Unidos, Argentina. Gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. I have New Zealand and an NGO on the list, and I would like them to draw a line. So please, New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair, and I can be very brief just to support previous speakers in thanking the Conservation Committee for their work and to support the establishment of the IWC Bycatch Initiative. We would see it being based on the same model as the Whale Disentanglement Initiative, which is extremely useful in focusing expertise on this issue within the Commission and making it available to interested parties. We're pleased to see that the initiative would be able to focus on assessing the scale of bycatch, developing and communicating mitigation methods and engagement with other relevant fora. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. Now the NGO, please.
Thank you, Chair. WWF is making this intervention on behalf of our global network, the Animal Welfare Institute, Australian Marine Conservation Society, Environmental Investigation Agency, Humane Society International, International Fund for Animal Welfare, the Natural Resources Defense Council, Ocean Care, the Whaleman Foundation, Whale and Dolphin Conservation Society, Wildlife Conservation Society, and World Animal Protection. Entanglement in fishing gear has long been recognized by scientists and policymakers around the globe as the most pervasive human-induced threat to cetaceans, causing an estimated minimum of 300,000 cetacean deaths annually. Bycatch was a leading factor in the extinction of the Yangtze River dolphin, is causing unsustainable levels of injury and mortality to endangered North Atlantic right whales and Arabian humpbacks, and has driven the vaquita to near extinction. This is a truly global issue and requires nothing less than a global response. The IWC is uniquely placed to lead this global response in close collaboration with contracting governments, as well as other IGOs, including FAO, CMS, CAMELAR, ACABANS, ASCABANS, and ISIS. It is important to note that many of these organizations, when approached on cetacean bycatch in the past, have deferred to the IWC as the appropriate body to address cetacean conservation. So it is incumbent upon the IWC to spearhead efforts on the prevention and mitigation of cetacean bycatch, or it will continue to fall through the cracks and remain inadequately addressed. It is also important to note that this bycatch initiative seeks to address all entanglements in fishing gear, as bycatch is an issue for both large and small cetaceans and occurs throughout all the world's oceans and rivers. It involves a wide variety of fishing operations, from artisanal to large-scale commercial operations. In addition to the significant conservation issues posed by bycatch to all cetaceans, it also poses significant welfare concerns. Prolonged suffering can occur in the case of the largest whales that swim away with netting and other fishing gear wrapped around them. To address this, the IWC has undertaken incredibly effective work in collaboration with member states on disentanglement. Now we must build on that work through the prevention and mitigation of bycatch. The Bycatch Mitigation Initiative, endorsed by the Conservation Committee, is of critical importance to the world's cetaceans. This is certainly a complicated issue. Addressing it will not be easy, but today we can make that start. We encourage you to commit your full support to address this global crisis. Given the scope and scale of the threat that bycatch poses to the world's cetaceans, it is our view that this initiative should be supported through core funds of the IWC. However, to ensure this work moves forward as expeditiously as possible, several of our organizations would like to offer a total contribution of $7,800 US. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for offering some contributions. And with this, I would like to end the discussion here. Can we then endorse proposal by the Conservation Committee for interim coordinator role for bycatch, for a bycatch working group? We know already the person that will take over this duty. So, okay, so Mark Simmons, you know what you have to do. Thank you. And we will move on then to agenda item 11.4, anthropogenic sound. And I'm coming back to you, Katerina, as the chair of the scientific committee. Could you just give us some update on the work in the scientific committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can find a summary of our discussion on anthropogenic sound under Agenda 13.6, page 1718. This item was reported to the Conservation Committee, and you will hear probably more later. However, I would like to reiterate some of the committee's agreement and recommendations on the effect of the anthropogenic sound. We had a pre-meeting. It was very efficient, effective, and successful. And among the main messages were the following. The committee agreed that there is compelling evidence on chronic anthropogenic noise affecting the marine acoustic environment in many regions. It agreed that there is emerging evidence that compromised acoustic habitats can affect some population of cetaceans adversely. It agreed that the lack of scientific certainty should not hinder management action and should not prevent the contracting governments from keeping quiet areas quiet and making noisy areas quieter. And it recommended the Commission to develop a paper for submission to the IMO Marine Environment Protection Committee, providing an update of recent information related to the extent and the impact on cetaceans of underwater noise from shipping. And that concludes my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. Would the chair of the Conservation Committee like to add some information, some discussion they held? Lorenzo, please.
Yeah, briefly, Chair, we just included this topic as one of the parts or the key parts of our strategic plan that was endorsed during this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So the floor is open. Then I thank to the work done in the committees, and I would like to move on to 11.5 ship strikes. Lorenzo, can you introduce, please?
Certainly, Chair. A draft strategic plan to mitigate the impacts of ship strikes on cetaceans 2017-2020 can be found in CC20, and it was presented to us by the chair of the standing working group, Dr. Douglas de Master. The document defines high-risk areas, identifies a number of risk populations, outlines strategies related to reduce ship strikes, and presents recommended actions, including a staged approach to the development of appropriate mitigation measures. I'd like to mention, Chair, that as you all know, for different and sad reasons, this strategic plan was being left behind, and now is getting very active. I would like to mention that this group met twice or thrice during this IWC66 meeting. The primary objective of the working group is, of course, to finalize what is in CC20, that the strategic plan for mitigating the impacts of ship strikes on cetaceans. This group is holding the comments to the members of the working group until 4 November 2016. So they are working very closely with members of the scientific committee and the secretariat to get all this ready. And I would like to express on behalf of all the Conservation Committee that we appreciate the efforts of the Secretariat in helping us with the logistics of arranging meetings this time. And the working group, I think they are planning to finalize the plan by November 30 this year. And going back to the report, the committee welcomed the work undertaken to develop the ship strike strategic plan and look forward to its completion intersessionally. And again, my thanks to Dr. De Master and all the members of the working group for taking this over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. I thank you, the Chair of the Conservation Committee, for the report. And I'd like to say that even though the number of ship strikes reported in Brazilian waters is negligible, we are well aware of the need for coastal countries to address this issue, particularly in the context of the activities that may have direct impact on cetaceans, such as the extraordinary growth of international trade by vessels in recent years. Bearing that in mind, and the fact that our commissioner here present is also Brazil's representative to the International Maritime Organization, we are very keen to help in all efforts designed to advance the cooperation between the IWC and the IMO in this matter. We are also glad to announce that Brazil intends to host a workshop in 2017 aiming to enhance regional cooperation on this subject, and we count on relevant participation of other Latin American members of the IWC. We hope to address concerns relating to humpback whales and right whales, as well as other species from the region, and should be able to offer more details about the workshop in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I have Mexico, Uruguay, and the Netherlands on my screen. So Mexico, please.
Chair, I have to apologize. I'm talking as the chair of the Conservation Committee. I had an extra item to report still.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Engagement with IMOs. The IWC Secretary recalled that the Scientific Committee and the Conservation Committee and the Commission have recommended to enhance the cooperation with the IMO on issues including ship strikes. As mentioned just recently, Brazil had a very kind offer to support our work in IMO, and the Conservation Committee recommended to continue our engagement with these organizations on the issues of ship strikes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Uruguay ha prestado particular atención a este tema, dado que las ballenas francas australes se encuentran en alto riesgo de colisiones, debido a sus hábitos costeros y al intenso tráfico marítimo. En diversas ocasiones han sido registradas como las más severamente afectadas en el hemisferio sur. En el área costera de Uruguay, la ballena franca austral es una de las especies de cetáceos más comunes durante su ciclo reproductivo en invierno y primavera, o sea, desde junio a noviembre. Por tal razón, se han conducido en Uruguay estudios interdisciplinarios científicos en los cuales se han compilado récords de colisiones entre grandes buques y ballenas francas australes sobre la base de diversas fuentes de información. Como resultado de tales estudios, se adoptaron diversas recomendaciones preventivas, entre las cuales merece recordarse la de caracterizar o la de categorizar el periodo agosto-octubre en Uruguay como de alto riesgo para la colisión. Oportunamente, merece recordarse y enfatizarse que el subcomité de conservación agradeció tales estudios y subrayó la importancia de las recomendaciones tendientes a continuar en forma sistemática los registros de ballenas vivas y muertas con evidencias de colisiones. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Uruguay. I have two more speakers, and then I would like to draw a line, the Netherlands and then Belgium. So please, first the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands, speaking on behalf of the EU member states, would like to stress the importance of research into the mentioned threats in the different items of this agenda point to the conservation status of whales and cetaceans. The health of oceans and marine biodiversity has been the focus of increasing attention and a cause of serious concern. Environmental degradation from a number of sources has taken its toll on the state of the marine environment. We believe that sound science and reliable information are essential if we are to enhance the conservation status of whales and cetaceans in general. Thank you.
Thank you, the Netherlands. I just see Uruguay, you just had the floor, so just to add something. Yes, please.
Disculpe, señor presidente, pero omití la parte final en mi intervención de expresar el apoyo firme de Uruguay a la iniciativa brasileña de organizar un workshop sobre colisiones el próximo año en ese país. Gracias.
Thank you, Uruguay. And now Belgium, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you allow me to intervene only once and to save time, I would like to touch on several unintended anthropogenic threats discussed under this agenda item. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Belgium fully aligns with the statement just made by the Netherlands on behalf of the European Union and its member states. As cetaceans face severe threats today, going from habitat degradation, underwater noise, pollution, marine debris, ship strikes to bycatch, and many others, we would like to point out a few key issues for us. First of all, we are very happy that the IWC takes on the huge issue of bycatch, and we very much welcome the endorsement of the new bycatch initiative. We would also like to thank Mark Simmons for offering to serve as interim coordinator. We fully support the measures to mitigate, we also fully support the measures to mitigate large whale entanglement proposed by the scientific committee, such as gear marking, gear modification, and then I lost my text, sorry. Gear modification and a call for better international coherence and post-mortem necropsy protocols for stranded animals. Secondly, as climate is changing, oceans and seas are changing too, and probably even much faster than we are aware of. Today, the manifold threats cannot be dealt with in isolation. Cumulative and synergistic effects have to be taken into account, and international cooperation is more important than ever. Therefore, we are happy to see the IWC is intensifying its cooperation with other international organizations, and especially with IMO. We believe this is of utmost importance to take the necessary mitigation measures for ship strikes, anthropogenic noise, and marine debris, to mention a few. As many of you know, another important issue for Belgium is ship strikes. We would like to commend the Scientific and the Conservation Committee for its continuous work on this issue. Although our knowledge about collisions has increased over the years, we still have a huge amount of work ahead. Cetaceans get hit by vessels all over the globe, and as far as we know, increasingly so. We encourage everyone to help promoting and populating the shipstrike database, an important monitoring tool, and to make use of educational tools provided to raise awareness. On September 19, Belgium launched the Belgian Cetaceans Network during a symposium on ocean noise, ship strikes, and chemical pollution. This network aims to bringing stakeholders from different authorities, scientists, NGOs, industry, and other experts together to share their knowledge and experience on whales and dolphins, and to inform Belgian policymakers, among others. We now know that cetaceans are not only the sentinels for the health of the marine environment, they are ecosystem engineers delivering a variety of services, thus increasing the health and resilience of ecosystems. They even contribute to slowing down climate change effects. We need to start thinking differently about cetaceans. They are important for all of us. Ecologically, they are our partners instead of our competitors. Conserving them is helping us saving ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. With this, we come to the end of agenda item 11. Before we move on, I would just highlight the importance of cooperation with other organizations, in this regard, the International Maritime Organization, and also to congratulate regarding progress towards a strategic plan for ship strikes. So this ends agenda item 11, and we move then on to agenda item 12, the IWC in the future. We had quite some extensive discussion this morning under agenda item 8, and as Japan referred to agenda item 12 this morning, so I would like to give the floor to Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'd like to thank all the participants of the discussion under the previous agenda item on the very important issue of fundamental divide or difference of positions in this organization, and how to address that issue so that all participants or all members of the International Whaling Commission receive benefit, rather than fight over particular issues. As evident from the discussion this morning, this is not just the issue of small type coastal whaling, and covers much wider area of subject in this organization. That's why we asked that to the chair that we like to take up this issue again under this agenda item, agenda 12, the IWC in the future. We believe that many countries this morning expressed its willingness to continue to discuss this issue. Therefore, of course, during the coming 2.5 days, we like to have as much opportunity as possible to talk about this issue. But at the same time, some intersessional discussion toward next biannual meeting will be useful and beneficial to this organization and to all members. Therefore, we like to propose to have an intersessional discussion on this issue in an open and very transparent manner. The possible form is to use the website of the International Wedding Commission and exchange views among member countries interested in this issue, and exchange views throughout the course of 2 years through the means of internet and email or electronic form. Again, it is very important that discussion be made on a very open, transparent manner. And if this proposal is acceptable to the IWC, we are happy to draft a basic terms of reference for this process. And currently, what I have in mind is, in addition to the formula I have just explained, that is through website. The participation to this group, I believe, should be open to anyone, the member to the International Wedding Commission. And all the exchanges should remain as open as record on the website. And in addition, rather than to have open and unconstructed discussion, I believe at least at the beginning, the discussion will be more organized if we have an initial set of questions we like to ask or answer. If possible, we like to include those questions in the terms of reference. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, of course, with the permission of this organization, we are happy to construct some terms of reference so that by the end of this biennial meeting, we have a piece of paper and agreement to proceed the manner I have just explained. And as I explained, this issue is important for our small type coastal waders, or almost essentially everybody who has some interest in the work of International Wedding Commission. And this form of open discussion will benefit people back in Japan or any other countries to have their own discussion about the future of this organization. So I would appreciate views from other countries as to the manner, the way we proceed on this issue. And also I would appreciate some suggestions as to the initial set of questions we like to discuss. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Japan, for this proposal. And I would like to open the floor, if ever possible, related now to the way forward, the ideas presented by Japan. Not going back to the discussion we had this morning, but reflecting what you see, your opinion regarding the proposal. So the floor is open now. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Joji for the suggestion. I'm just seeking clarification. So I think Joji has suggested he will bring back a paper with a little more detail, and I imagine it will be at that time that we might consider a view of the Commission on this rather than now before we've seen some more detail. I think that is what the Commissioner from Japan was suggesting. I do have a question, though, in how this is characterised and how we handle this. This agenda item is on the future of the IWC, and I imagine, if asked, all 88 members of the Commission may come up with different questions around how the future of the IWC may be framed. So if Japan wishes to seek to have some questions that are important to Japan addressed, that is, of course, a fine and appropriate thing to do within the context of that. My comment is to go to the point that if it is just around some particular questions for Japan that we are constructing our whole discussion around the future of the IWC, if that is the purpose, then it needs to be put into an appropriate context. So it's a new idea to do it this way. A conversation over an open website is complicated to manage and facilitate. So it would be good to see some more detail. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. May I ask Japan to answer? Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we will prepare a piece of paper, and the reason I asked for the view of other member countries is for the construction of the paper, the views of other countries would be useful, and so that the proposal or terms of reference or piece of paper reflects the views of other countries as much as possible. And that's why I asked that question. And as to the scope or context of the questions to be asked, what I have in mind is some of the major questions I raised this morning under the small type coastal whaling proposal, but may not be particularly about the small type coastal whaling proposal itself. What I like to discuss is more of a fundamental issue, like division of a position in this organization, and how, if that's something we have to accept, how we can come up with a way that this organization also benefit for all people in an equal and neutral manner, and how can we think about any ways that mutually beneficial items, for the mutually beneficial items, how we can build a way to make progress, and what is preventing that not happening now. Something like that is the subject of discussion. Of course, like I said, you can raise a very different issue under this agenda item, but we would appreciate your views about the possible potential questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I see South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. South Africa would like to thank Japan for this proposal regarding the future of the IWC and their willingness to participate in a constructive debate. In our opinion, special permit whaling could be regarded as one of the most divisive issues on the agenda of the IWC. It is difficult for us to see a debate on the future of the IWC providing constructive until a common understanding is reached on the future of special permit whaling. We are also extremely concerned about the plight of some highly endangered small cetaceans, and especially the impact that bycatch has on their future survival. It's thus with frustration that we observe that the IWC finds it difficult to take meaningful steps to remedy their plight, as we have divided opinions on the inclusion or not of small cetaceans within the mandate of the IWC. We are really concerned that some of these species might be lost forever while we cannot find a common ground. If this happens while we argue about whether to include them or not, instead of taking urgent steps, we will incur a heavy responsibility. We would thus request that these two questions should be included in any discussions on the future of the IWC.
Thank you. South Africa, I see the Netherlands on the list, and then I would try to, to find a way out. But first the Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. The Netherlands, speaking on behalf of the EU member states, party to the IRWC, we have listened with interest to the proposal of Japan. But as Australia, we would like to see some more detail, because then we have a better. For us, it is easier to fill in what the Japanese would like to see from us. So then we will be able to discuss this proposal within the EU. Thank you.
Thank you, the Netherlands. Now I'm coming back to Japan. Do you see a possibility to have maybe some text available before the end of the meeting, preferably maybe tomorrow, to give the others the possibility to have a look at, and so that we could move on? Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will strive to prepare something by tomorrow morning. And in addition, let me point out that the intervention from our distinguished delegates from South Africa actually highlights the problem we have. And we have some specific issues that might be special permit, that might be small type coastal whaling, that might be small stations or bycatch. But we know that the course of the discussions are always influenced or directly dictated by the very basic differences in the position. So in a sense, this is the egg and chicken situation. And in our view, rather than speaking about specific issues which will always be affected by the basic divide in this organization, what we are proposing is to talk about that basic divide and the basic position. So what we have in mind might be a little bit different from South African delegation's intervention in that sense. We have no intention of repeating the same statement or same discussion over some of the contentious issues, because we know our positions or we know our statement very well. That will not bring us forward. This proposal, the value of this proposal is to change the paradigm of discussion or way of discussion rather than going to the specific issues. Because I'm repeating, I know that because almost always the specific discussion on specific items are actually influenced or dictated or controlled by the basic divide. So we need to talk about the real issue or basic issue, or fundamental issue. Anyway, we will prepare a paper, and by tomorrow morning, we will strive to prepare a paper by tomorrow morning, and we'd like to expect some additional discussion, if possible, over this very important issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Japan. So we'll keep agenda item 12 open, and we will break now for coffee. At 4 p.m. I expect you to be back in time, and then we will start with agenda item 13, whale killing methods and welfare issues. Thank you. Okay. Thank you to be back in time. Just to inform you what I intend to do. I mean, at the beginning of the afternoon, I said I would like to go through the agenda items 10, 11, 12, and 13. We progressed very well. And I would like to keep to my initial intention that agenda item 13 will be the last agenda item we are working on today. In the case we may finish a little bit earlier, there are many drafting groups still hard working. And of course, before I will close this afternoon session, I will ask the different groups if they are ready to report back to indicate where they are standing. And so then tomorrow morning we will continue with agenda item 14. So agenda item 13 will be the last one we are discussing this afternoon. And now I would like to take or give the floor, better say it, to Michael Stankovic from Austria. He once more chaired the working group on whale killing methods and welfare issues. And as far as I know, you intend to take agenda item 13.1 and 13.2 together. And then we will open the discussion under this agenda item before we move on then to the next agenda items under 13. So Michael, if you're ready, you have the micro.
Thank you, Chairman. This is the report of the Whale Killing Methods and Welfare Issues Working Group, abbreviated WKM and WIWG, and lovingly referred to by all participants as WUKUM. Be that as it may, I chaired this group, which met on the afternoon of October 20th, and this was the last of my traditional 3-year stint. The meeting was attended by 110 persons, nearly 30 member states, and about 20 NGOs, and those people are listed in Appendix 1 of our report, which is IWC66 Rep 06. We also had 15, in some cases, hefty documents, which underscores the importance, I think, that is attached to this group. And it included updates and overviews, action plans, and reports, of which 4 of these reports were major workshop reports. And we treated these in a half dozen agenda items, and these agenda items are in that report, IWC66 Rep 06 in Appendix 2. I'll go through the report in 4 parts, and I'll pause after each of these and perhaps ask then the players who wish to add, the key players, any information. If you wish to ask specific questions to the workshops, for example, I think these should be directed more to the chairman of those workshops or to the persons or government presenting the individual reports, that rather than to me. And I would ask that you make yourself identifiable to the chairman so that he can give you the microphone. For those who want merely a quick overview, take a look at page 1 of this report, 06, which is a summary of the main outcomes. I'll go into a little bit more detail here, and as indicated by the Chairman, I will take 13.1 and 13.2 together, and then pause for comments and questions. 13.1 is called Summary of Data Provided on Whales Killed. We received reports from 7 governments, and most of them reported for a 2-year period based on our new biennial schedule, so 2014 and 2015. And the countries who provided documents were Denmark, Norway, Russian Federation, New Zealand, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the UK, and the US, whereby 2 of those 7, New Zealand and the UK, presented reports that were related solely to euthanasia. I won't go through each one separately, but overall these are technical reports. This is a technical committee, and the reports detail the whales taken, the number of whales taken, the species involved, the methods used, both primary and secondary, times to death, % of whales killed instantly, and in some cases comparisons were made to previous years. We thanked the participating governments and invited other members to submit such information in the near future, if possible. The next step was reports from contracting governments on the implementation of the recommendations from IWC workshop on euthanasia protocols to optimize welfare concerns for stranded cetaceans. This was a workshop held in 2013 in London. The report received here was from the United Kingdom. It was our workshop document number 4, related to progress in relation to implementation. This paper dealt with responses and information on the 16 recommendations made by that workshop, and the information provided was related to chemical and physical techniques for euthanasia, the testing of methods on dead animals, and reporting of euthanasia data, and the like. I will jump to 13.2. This is information on improving the humaneness of whaling operations. This allows, this item is in response to 2 resolutions. It allows governments, contracting governments, to provide information, and 3 contracting governments did so. They were the Kingdom of Denmark, who referred to improvements that had been done previously. Norway, which reported a slight improvement in the instant death rate from 2000 to 2012. And the US provided information on the success that they've been having with the Penthrite projectile and its modifications. And the report also contained information about the environmental conditions and how these are changing in Alaska, and how this is creating certain problems for the hunters and for the hunting communities. We received then a report from the NAMCO expert group. This was a meeting titled "The Expert Group Meeting on Assessing Time to Death from the Large Whale Hunt," and this was held in November 2015 in Denmark. That report is 50 pages long. It's hefty, and it contained contributions from Greenland, Iceland, Norway, Japan, USA, and Canada. And again, the information provided is largely of a technical nature. Instantaneous death rate, for example, times to death. And the report included, for example, that the instantaneous death rate had increased positively from 17% in 1981, for example, to 82% in 2012 in the harpoon gun hunt for minke whales, for example. And at the same time, the time to death was decreased from a mean of 11 to 1 minute in that same period. That expert group identified and agreed to recommendations on how to further improve time to death and instantaneous death rate, and recommended monitoring these 2 parameters at 10-year intervals, and if circumstances demanded it, this monitoring could be done at shorter intervals as well. The NAMCO report presented by the Secretary of NAMCO also spoke about the cooperation atmosphere between the IWC and NAMCO, and stressed that there's a lot of potential for cooperation, the need to avoid duplication of efforts, and they actually also drew special attention to the IWC's important work on entanglement. The reports of the individual presenters in that document talked about variously, for example, the Russian Federation about the expense of modern weapons, that being unaffordable to some small whaling communities. Denmark, in the same vein, mentioned that they are providing incentives for the use of the penthrite grenades for hunting of large whales. Greenland reported many items, including the rifle hunt of minke whales, which has doubled, and that was a cause for concern because this approach led to extremely long times to death. In that same topic, the ineffectiveness of the steel lance was, as a secondary killing method, was discussed in the framework of the Japanese hunt. There was a discussion afterwards also, and some persons spoke to the fact that they wished that this data that had been presented to NAMCO would also be presented to the IWC. And that summarizes briefly items 13.1 and 13.2, and I would pause here in case anyone wishes to comment on these documents.
Thank you, Austria. Thank you, Michael. And the floor is open. I see Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to Michael for his expert chairing of this important group. I've been attending some of these whale killing methods and welfare issues workshops for many years, and I certainly recall earlier years when the discussion was quite acrimonious and polarised. And I believe it was at that time that some parties made the decision to cease the provision of data. There's been a lot of constructive work done in the period over the last 5 to 10 years, and in particular I recall the excellent work by the Norwegian veterinarian Dr. Egil Øyen, who his diligent work and his group have led to much improved welfare outcomes for animals that are killed. I think the meeting here and indeed the meeting at the last plenary both demonstrate that this group is now able to deal with the data on both whale killing methods and welfare issues in a much more professional manner. And while it was most informative and helpful to the group to receive the 2015 NAMCO expert group meeting report and the data there, I think it is critical that we stress that it's actually an obligation for parties to provide the data on whale killing to the IWC, and that these data should be considered appropriately and primarily through this particular working group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. I have the Russian Federation and then an IGO and an NGO on my screen. So please, the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, first of all, thank Mr. Chairman of our subcommittee, the representative of the Austrian delegation, for tremendous work that he has done. I have to say that Russia submits materials on humanization of hunt voluntarily. That each year the time between the first strike and death reduces, but it can go on endlessly. And we have to understand that the modern technology of whale hunting is quite expensive.
Чукотским зверобоем и предоставил этим данные.
And we would like to thank the Alaska Eskimo Whaling Commission that renders assistance to Chukotkan hunters and provided darting guns.
Число жителей береговых поселков увеличивается, и число поселков, которые вовлекаются в промысел, тоже увеличивается.
And we observe that the number of coastal villagers increases and the number of hunting communities increases too.
Не все охотники, многие охотники утеряли традиционный опыт добычи, поэтому необходимо проводить семинары по обучению.
And many of the hunters lost their hunting traditions, hunting experiences, and we need to conduct seminars and training of the hunters.
Мы благодарны правительству Нидерландов, которые несколько лет назад нашли возможность оказать финансовое содействие нашим общинам, провести семинар на по обмену опытом технологии добычи.
We would like to thank the government of Netherlands that provided funding several years ago to conduct the hunters training and experience exchange workshop between the hunters.
Господин председатель, в любом случае, в первую очередь при модернизации гуманной добычи китов мы должны обращать на экономическую целесообразность и безопасность промысла на море.
But, Mr. Chairman, we first of all have to pay attention to, when modernizing and enhancing humaneness of the hunt, we have to, first of all, pay attention at economic feasibility of the hunting process and the safety of the hunters.
Чукотские китобои используют традиционные методы, технологию добычи.
The Chukotkan hunters use traditional hunting technologies.
Серый кит агрессивное животное.
The gray whale is an aggressive animal.
Я напомню, что янки китобои называли его дьявольской рыбой.
I would like to remind that the Yankee whalers called it the devilfish.
Поэтому есть пределы по совершенствованию методов и есть пределы по времени от первого удара до смерти.
And that's why there are limits to improvement and there are limits to the time between the first strike and the death of the animal.
Чукотские китобои стремятся улучшать, конечно, эти показатели, но с учетом экономической возможности и безопасности.
The Chukotkan hunters try to improve these indicators, but they also have to keep in mind that the hunt has to be feasible and safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Russia. Now I give the floor to the IGO, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the chair of the whale killing working group for his very good report of NAMCO's presentation last week. I do, however, want to make 2 points. I'd like to point out the overall positive development that's been with respect on animal welfare issues and hunting methods. And I think the report from the expert group meeting gave evidence of this, that the considerable efforts and resources that have been channeled into the research and development of more efficient hunting methods the last 35 years has been very successful, resulting in substantial improvements. The second point I'd like to make concerns the possibilities for cooperation between the two organizations. It is correct that animal welfare concerns related to non-hunting human-induced activities is an area where both organizations acknowledge the many man-made threats facing marine mammal stocks, and also that these threats have implications for conservation and management. And NAMCO recognizes and complements the efforts done by IWC in this area. The two organizations, NAMCO and the IWC, have the same overall goal. That is the conservation and rational management of healthy marine mammal stocks. The rationale, however, is quite different. Today, and I think this has been confirmed during this meeting, the majority of the IWC members pursue the goal of healthy marine mammal populations as a value in itself and only that. So does NAMCO, but in addition, we see the successful conservation of marine mammals as a prerequisite for the sustainable and responsible use of these resources. And given this basic difference in rationale, there has been and still is little basis for cooperation on whale killing issues, evident by the fact that NAMCO member countries and others in IWC do not submit time to death data for review in IWC. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, NGO, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of IWC. My name is John Hobson Jr. I am from Wainwright, Alaska, and I serve as the Vice Chair of Alaska Eskimo Whaling Commission. I would like to briefly highlight the fact that the AWC continues to improve our whaling equipment for the purpose of increasing both efficiency and humaneness in our bowhead whale subsistence harvest. Our level of efficiency now averages between 75% and 80% per year, in spite of increasing challenges from ecosystem change and increasing vessel traffic in our waters. Our increased efficiency rates are due to multiple factors, including increased training and improved techniques for recovering struck whales. Other critical factor in our success in increased use by our hunters of the penthroid projectile. Our hunters have used black powder since the 19th century and only learned about the penthroid in the 1980s, when the IWC directed us to begin using it in our whaling equipment. At that time, Dr. Ego Owen stepped forward to undertake the very difficult task of developing a penthroid projectile that can be safely used in our handheld darting gun. This has proved to be an extremely challenging undertaking due to many factors, including limited funding and limited opportunities for testing due to our small harvest numbers. More importantly, however, our hunters are virtually on top of the whale when we throw the darting gun. A misfire, an explosive as powerful as a penthroid, could be deadly for an entire crew. Therefore, a great deal of time has been developed to the need for absolute safety with this equipment. Dr. Owen has been tireless in his work on our weapons improvement program, and we see it paying off. Not only did he develop the projectile, he has continued to work with us on testing and modifications of the original design to ensure proper function and absolute safety. He has also continued to work on quality control in the manufacturing of the product and is assisting us in developing recommended modifications to our darting guns. So far during our current fall harvest, 7 of 16 whales landed were taken using the penthroid projectile. In addition, the AWC currently is working with the manufacturer of our darting gun and in consultation with Dr. Owen to improve its function with a penthroid projectile to further increase our success. With the improved results, we are seeing interest in using the penthroid projectile continues to grow among our hunters and we very much appreciate having the equipment available in our hunt. Mr. Chair, the reason I bring this information before the plenary now is because the AWC would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Owen for his work in developing our Portoroz projectile and improve our hunting equipment. Today is Dr. Owen's birthday. We are sorry he is not here with us at this meeting. However, we thought it would be appropriate on this occasion of his birthday to express to this body our appreciation for his innovative and very successful work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thanks to technology today, maybe he's watching, so congratulations and happy birthday from all of us. Now, that was agenda item 13.1 and 2, and we are moving on to 13.3, well welfare, and as you know, the Commission, the IWC66 agreed an updated welfare action plan, and may I ask now Michael again to report on the work, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm continuing with 13.3. Point 1, there's been several items of progress since that 2014 meeting. And the first item here is the IWC workshop to support the consideration of non-hunting related aspects of cetacean welfare. It was held in Kruger National Park in South Africa in May 2016. And perhaps to avoid confusion to those who were not initiated, there were 2 Kruger workshops, both of which will be discussed here. And this is the first of those 2. And that workshop had the 3 objectives: to facilitate the discussion on welfare aspects of non-hunting threats by synthesizing the current knowledge and identifying priority issues. The second priority item was to identify the role and provide clarity of the role of the IWC in addressing these welfare issues. And finally, to support the IWC in becoming a leading body for the provision of advice on this issue. Animal welfare is a rapidly evolving science, and it contains many practical and many theoretical aspects. And theoretical framework was also discussed at that meeting. For example, in the framework of 5 domains model, which was previously developed for livestock, but the workshop recognized that with modifications, it could be also applied to non-hunting threats to wild cetaceans, and further development was recommended. The entanglement in fishing gear was identified here, as well as in many other places, as we have heard earlier today, as a significant welfare concern, and the workshop reiterated the importance of the global whale entanglement response network and the development of a global entanglement database. And the recommendations regarding those items are in Appendix 4 of this report. The working group thanked the UK and the Intersessional Working Group for their work in convening the workshop. The working group endorsed the workshop recommendations and agreed that an intersessional working group should continue to work to support the implementation of the IWC Welfare Action Plan. Revised terms of reference for this intersessional working group were agreed upon, and they include supporting the implementation of the IWC Welfare Action Plan and agreement on a timetable of regular future technical workshop, also based on the recognition of the previous success of other earlier IWC workshops. If I may proceed to item 13.3.2, and after which that I will pause. The engagement of other organizations and experts on issues relating to cetacean welfare. The Secretariat spoke here and introduced relevant aspects of document IWC6604, which reports progress to date and suggestions for next steps to be taken. The Welfare Action Plan was noted, and a work stream on communications outreach was included in this work plan. The IWC Secretariat was recommended to proactively engage with organizations with welfare remit, and the Secretariat welcomed this opportunity and noted its readiness to do so. I would pause at this point, and perhaps the United Kingdom, as one of the most active participants in this effort, would like to add something.
Thank you, Michael. And I intended to ask the UK, who chaired the working group on welfare, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Michael, for that comprehensive report and for your chairing of the working group last week, which I think, as others have said, was extremely positive discussion. I'm pleased to be able to report on an extremely successful welfare workshop held in South Africa in May this year, which was intended to deliver aspects of the Welfare Action Plan that was agreed in IWC 65. I would like to thank everyone involved in preparing and participating in these workshops, in particular the Secretariat for their support throughout and work to deliver the reports. I would also like to thank the South African government for hosting the workshop in the fantastic surroundings of Kruger National Park, which provided the perfect backdrop to our discussions in this important new topic for the IWC. The workshop was divided into two parts. The first part focused on how non-hunting threats to cetacean welfare could be assessed. That is, how to describe and measure welfare risks from a range of different non-hunting threats, such as entanglements and ship strikes. The second aspect related to strandings, and I'll report on this under agenda item 13.5.1. Both workshops benefited from considerable involvement from civil society in terms of both the planning and delivery. We really do see this as an excellent example of the value of governments working in collaboration with NGOs and other experts. Although the assessment of cetacean welfare is a new area of work for the IWC, welfare considerations are very much entwined with many of the issues already being considered, including whale watching, ship strikes, entanglements, and strandings. The assessment of animal welfare itself is a rapidly evolving science. The workshop therefore drew extensively on experience from elsewhere. In particular, it proposed an adaptation of the 5 domains model originally created by Professor David Mellor. Since its beginnings in 1994, when it focused on the assessment of welfare of animals used in laboratory research, Mellor has adapted and applied the tool to be used in a range of situations, including farm animals, companion and service animals, and the management of wild animals for pest control. So modification of the 5 domains model to assess the welfare implications of non-hunting threats to wild cetaceans is yet another step in the evolution of this progressive and flexible tool, and its potential was clearly recognised by the workshop. The workshop itself made a number of important recommendations with regard to future development of this cetacean welfare assessment tool. Further work was recommended to adapt the 5 domains model and develop the assessment framework, including by considering how to assess changes in welfare status and severity of a welfare impact over time, and how to incorporate cumulative and in combination effects. So with regards to next steps, the UK would be pleased to continue as chair of the Intersessional Working Group on Welfare to help ensure these recommendations are delivered and that other work identified in the Welfare Action Plan continues to progress. We would also welcome further members to join this group in order to help us deliver this important work moving forwards. During the next intersessional period, the UK, in conjunction with the Intersessional Working Group, will seek to bring together a small group of external experts in animal welfare assessment to work through some of the suggestions and questions posed by the workshop. The Kruger workshop benefited enormously from the attendance of 3 academic experts in animal welfare and welfare risk assessment, and we very much encourage IWC members and observers to provide the Secretariat with contact details of similarly qualified animal welfare scientists in their country. We then hope to be able to produce a cetacean welfare assessment tool for non-hunting threats that can be brought to the Scientific Committee for evaluation, and we hope eventual endorsement at IWC67 in 2018. And in order to further cement our commitment to progressing work on cetacean welfare, I'm pleased to announce that the UK will be donating £15,000 to IWC to help continue delivery of the Welfare Action Plan. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, in United Kingdom, for your excellent work and, of course, also for the donation. And now I have the Netherlands and then an NGO wishing the floor. So the Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands, on behalf of the EU member states, welcomes the intersessional progress made to deliver on the ambitious welfare action plan agreed at the last meeting of the IWC in 2014. The welfare of cetaceans is an important issue globally. Welfare considerations are very much entwined with many of the issues the IWC already considers, including whale watching, ship strikes, entanglements, and stranded cetaceans. As Austria and the UK already mentioned, the EU, we particularly note the positive outcomes from the welfare workshops organized by the UK and held in South Africa in May this year. For the EU, these workshops were an important step towards improving our understanding and assessment of non-hunting threats to cetaceans' welfare and in working together to respond to stranding events. We would like to thank all those involved for contributing to this work and fully support the recommendations made in the workshop reports. We look forward to further development of the proposed cetacean welfare assessment tool and urge all parties to engage in this new and positive area of work of the IWC. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. I have now New Zealand, the US, and then the NGO on the screen. So New Zealand next, please.
For the mic. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to also take this opportunity to comment on the previous agenda item on whale welfare, which for New Zealand is linked to the current agenda item. We would like to reiterate the call of others for all states to submit to this organisation time to death data. New Zealand has submitted such data in respect of euthanasia for all whale and dolphin mortalities in the 2014 to 16 period, and we urge all other states to do the same in order to support the important work of this Commission. On the particular issue of strandings, we've had over 5,000 strandings of whales and dolphins since 1840 around the New Zealand coastline. We therefore recognise the significance of this problem both domestically and internationally, and it is a stream of work in which we're actively engaged. We congratulate the IWC, and we would like to acknowledge the work of the UK as chair of the Intersessional Group on Whale Welfare and its excellent work in coordinating this Commission in respect of whale stranding responses. We were pleased to be able to support the IWC's workshop in South Africa on developing guidance for stranding events for all cetaceans, and we contributed an expert to that, as well as a financial contribution to enable other countries to attend. There is extremely excellent work being done on this issue, and it is a testament to this Commission that we are able to take that forward, and we thank the UK for its announcement just now of a further financial contribution to allow that to happen. New Zealand is happy to support the recommendation that we have an expert panel and coordinator as an IWC strandings initiative to expand this work. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. And now the US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, the United States would like to thank South Africa for hosting the workshop, the United Kingdom for taking the lead on the Intersessional Working Group on Welfare Issues and organizing the workshop, and support the recommendations that have come out of the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. US, I see Argentina. Argentina, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos agradecer a Sudáfrica por haber organizado el taller y a quienes contribuyeron para que sea posible. También resaltar la labor del Reino Unido al coordinar el grupo de trabajo, y al igual que otros apoyamos las recomendaciones y nos comprometemos a seguir colaborando en el desarrollo del bienestar animal. Gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. Now the NGO, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Claire Bass and I'm the UK Director of Humane Society International, and I speak today on behalf of 14 observer organisations, and I will provide the list of them to the rapporteurs. We wish to congratulate the United Kingdom and all members of the Intersessional Welfare Working Group for the progress made since the IWC's Animal Welfare Action Plan was agreed in 2014. This is an ambitious programme of work, and we believe it to be the first time that an intergovernmental body has committed to systematically assess and articulate welfare problems caused incidentally by human activities in wild animals' habitats. The Cetacean Welfare Assessment Tool under development provides a holistic approach taking into account cetaceans' behavioural and social needs as well as their physical well-being. This enhanced understanding will enable the IWC to create effective mitigation responses to human-induced threats, protecting individual animals as well as their populations and species. I'm pleased to announce that several NGOs wish to make financial contributions of at least $3,000 towards the delivery of work streams 1 and 2 in the IWC's Welfare Action Plan, including the strandings and disentanglement response programmes. On the subject of animal welfare in hunts, I would like to briefly take this opportunity to express the long-held position of many NGOs representing millions of people around the world that the use of exploding missiles on fully conscious animals should not be sanctioned by the international community as an acceptable means of acquiring meat for commercial sale and consumption. Despite the best efforts of Norway and some other countries to improve killing methods, there will always remain large margins for error, which result in extreme, prolonged and unacceptable animal suffering. Finally, Mr. Chair, in the 30th anniversary of the whaling moratorium, we celebrate that many tens or perhaps hundreds of thousands of whales have been spared this suffering. We urge parties to recognise the ongoing value of the moratorium, not just in saving species, but in protecting individual animals from harm. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for the contribution foreseen by you and the other organizations. Thank you. I have no further speaker on the list, so in this regard, I would like to thank once more the UK for chairing and to congratulate all of the subcommittee for their hard work, and of course for South Africa for hosting. With this, we move on to the next agenda item, 13.4, welfare issues associated with the entanglement of large whales. So please, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm moving on to 13.4, and we are talking about the welfare issues associated with the entanglement of large whales. And the first report is the third IWC workshop on large whale entanglement issues. And Arne Bjørge from Norway presented the report of that workshop. The document was 03, held in Provincetown, Massachusetts, and there will be another workshop in this regard. And this underlines perhaps what the Secretary told us only a few days ago, the rapid succession of weighty and important workshops every year that the IWC is involved in. This one was held in 2005, and it reviewed the information since the 2011 workshop, and it reviewed the IWC capacity building, including training conducted from 2012 to 2014. And there were a number of recommendations made by this workshop. They can be found in Appendix 5 of the document that I am now speaking to. And they included recommendations related to a global entanglement database to improve our understanding, for example, as well as factors associated with entanglement risks and, of course, reducing the problems. Many countries who spoke at this meeting stressed that whilst entanglement is a key issue, more effort should be devoted to actually preventing the entanglements in the first place. And other groups spoke also and mentioned the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, the GGGI, and also encouraged the development of a global IWC entanglement database. The working group endorsed the report of the workshop and its recommendations. If I may proceed directly to the second workshop, 13.4.2. This is the report of a joint IWC, NOAA, NAAC Aquarium workshop on global assessment of large whale entanglement and bycatch reduction and fishing and agriculture gear. Greg Donovan co-chaired this workshop, and he provided a summary of the general recommendations of that workshop, which was held very recently in May 2016 in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This workshop was co-funded by NOAA, and I mention this only to again underline the collaborations with powerful partners that the IWC has entered into. And the co-chair noted that the report was relevant both to this working group and as well to the Conservation Committee. And although the focus of this workshop was on large whales, the great necessity for similar work on small cetaceans was noted, where the problem of bycatch is enormous. This report was not available in its full scope to the working group, but it was a summary report, and the full report is expected to come out shortly. When considering the bycatch mitigation measures, a hierarchy was recognized for action. And the first one is, of course, to avoid encounters. Then the second is to reduce entanglements where encounters cannot be avoided. And number three, to minimize the mortality associated with entanglement when that entanglement actually does occur. Some spoke also to the need, and this was on several occasions, that ultimately local solutions will be required to solve specific local circumstances and issues. The workshop developed 7 overarching recommendations, and these are in Appendix 6, so I won't read them out here, but generally they recognize or they call for the recognition of the global importance. They call for the rapid development of methods and of testing and implementing and monitoring, and the recognition that, again, this requires collaboration, not only from NGOs and IGOs and other organizations, but from fishers and from fishery sectors, which again points to the necessity of regional and international cooperative efforts. And in all of these items, the necessity was highlighted to collect and disseminate data. This is the only way to get a better grip on the problem. The workshop closed by focusing specifically on IWC-related issues, and these were partially of a very technical nature, including gear marking, so that gear can be identified even after it's torn loose and been transported over long distances. And again, the need for international collaboration and data collection was highlighted. Again, priority should be given to preventing entanglements in the first place. This came up again and again. The working group on the 20th of October welcomed the summary report and endorsed the recommendations that were contained in that summary report. Finally, under this agenda item 13.4, I'll go to 13.4.3, Secretariat report on progress. And our very own David Matilla presented an overview of his work as a technical advisor to the Secretariat and presented key accomplishments in the intercessional period. And they included 14 entanglement response trainings for over 500 trainees. And David emphasized and was happy that progress had been made with actually training the trainers, which is an effort to multiply the effectiveness of the IWC. And he highlighted the really broad national support in the countries that he has visited and where he's conducted this work. And this is definitely one of the IWC's many success stories, but perhaps one of the most publicly perceptible ones. Many participants in our workshop meeting, working group meeting, I'm sorry, praised and thanked David Matilla for his work and hoped that he would continue this in the near future. That sums up my summary of item 15.4, and I would pause again here before going to the next and last item of our working agenda.
Thank you, Michael. I see now Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil would like to thank the organizers and hosts of the 2 workshops on large whale entanglement issues just mentioned by the chair of the working group. particularly for the role they have played in establishing new methods aimed to achieve a measure of relief to animals that are injured by entanglement by fishing gear. We would like to mention that Brazil has recently hosted 2 trainings on large whale disentanglement, the most recent of them this last September, in an environmental protected area for right whales located in the state of Santa Catarina in the southern part of Brazil, and that we will continue to support expert workshops and training events since we see them as very important tools towards enhancing cooperation and promoting education and capacity building regarding this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Monaco, please.
Thanks, Chairman. This is to salute the great work accomplished in this series of workshops and the increasing attention that the IWC is managing to put to this very serious issue for the well-being of whales and cetaceans and other top predators worldwide. We know that this has become probably the major cause of death now, year after year, in the world oceans. And entanglement has a peculiarity that most often these deaths go unreported because they are unseen. There are just thousands and thousands of large whales and smaller cetaceans, not mentioning sea turtles, even seabirds, get trapped and drown in intermediate waters, and just because of abandoned gear. And this has become a worldwide problem because we are losing major components of food chains, and this is disrupting everything else. This is simplifying the food webs, and sooner or later we may risk to end up with gelatinous seas, seas where jellyfish will dominate the biomass together with phytoplankton and some zooplankton. Not a happy perspective for most of us, except for those who delight in eating some fried jellyfish with their breakfast. That being said, we would like to recommend increased reliance on cooperations, as was highlighted by the reporter, our great friend from Austria, on proactive cooperation between fishermen and, say, fishery scientists and RFMOs and the IWC. We now have better mechanisms for this body to collaborate with FAO and its regional commission, and we should take advantage of this increasing database of entanglement, of our increasing knowledge and expertise in this domain, to be providing constructive suggestions based on good practices. Okay, this will all help restoring some trust between various sectors of societies that are involved in sharing the goods of the ocean. And here I think, of course, of the very large distrust between scientific bodies, says, and fishermen. So we very much prize the Conservation Committee and this initiative in particular to continue this great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Monaco. I have no further names on the screen, and I really think what Michael said is important when we talk about entanglement and progress made. This is really one of the success stories coming out of the IWC, and my special thanks go to David Matilla and all the participants of the different workshops and all others involved in improving the situation. I think this is really something extremely positive. With this, I would like to move on and to go to the next point, which is 13.5, stranding response. So please, Michael, Can you inform and report, please?
Yes, we are on stranding responses, 13.5, and this is also related to the action plan agreed at IWC 65. I report under 13.5.1 of an IWC workshop to develop practical guidance for the handling of cetacean stranding events. This workshop was also held in Kruger National Park, so this is the second of the two back-to-back workshops, and it is our working group report 02, held in May 2016. And it had several objectives, and one was to assist the IWC in its efforts to build global capacity for effective cetacean stranding response, and to promote, once again, the IWC as a leading body for the provision of advice by developing practical guidelines. I think that's important to highlight. This workshop made a number of recommendations, and that's in our appendix number 7, including the role of the IWC in capacity building and also in the dissemination of guidance and best practice responses. In this case, again, the coordination between the IWC and other intergovernmental organizations was highlighted with respect to strandings. So again, we have the word with our catchword of the day: cooperation, cooperation, cooperation. And interestingly, one of the factors noted here was also public and media engagement and health and safety. The working group thanked the UK once again and its intersessional group for their efforts in organizing these workshops. And they endorsed, the working group endorsed the workshop recommendations, and those recommendations are in Appendix 7 for those who wish to take a closer look. I will continue on to 13.5.2, Scientific Committee recommendations on stranding, and the chair of the Scientific Committee introduced recommendations on strandings from the Scientific Committee and from past workshops. These are summarized in our working group document 10, and I think there's no need to call this on the secretariat here, on the chair of the Scientific Committee to go through those individually. But I think it would be appropriate to state that they do relate to the development of the capacity for stranding response, the investigation of stranding events, and the collection and recording of stranding data. The chair drew particular attention to the recommendations to establish an expert panel to guide and inform stranding's response and trainings activities, and to appoint an IWC coordinator to oversee these activities. And the working group agreed to pass this request on to the Finance and Administration Committee. Finally, the working group endorsed the recommendations of the Scientific Committee and agreed to forward the discussion on finding for the first expert panel meeting and to the IWC Strandings Coordinator. Again, to be passed on to the Finance and Administration Committee. The report was adopted in the late afternoon on the 24th, on the 24th of October by correspondence. And with that, I close my presentation and I think invite comments on these last important items.
Thank you, Michael. I have Argentina and then the United Kingdom and an NGO on the speakers list. So Argentina first.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos agradecer a Michael por el reporte. Todos conocemos lo complejo que pueden resultar los varamientos de cetáceos, ya sean individuales o masivos. Esto genera, por supuesto, un gran sufrimiento a los animales involucrados, pero también un marcado interés en el público, como fuera resaltado durante el taller que se llevó a cabo en Sudáfrica. Los varamientos son un reto para aquellos que trabajamos en cetáceos, más en aquellas zonas donde se carece de conocimiento, equipamiento y financiación adecuadas para atender estos eventos. Asimismo, algunos países carecen de lineamientos o protocolos para responder a los mismos. En este sentido, vemos con agrado que la Comisión Ballenera aborde estos temas y queremos destacar, como expresamos antes, los trabajos realizados en el Comité Científico y los resultados de los talleres interseccionales que nos permiten avanzar en esta temática. Deseamos también enfatizar los aportes que pueden realizar las organizaciones civiles en el caso de los varamientos. Queremos agradecer a Sudáfrica por organizar este taller y al Reino Unido una vez más por coordinarlo. Tenemos claro que la CBI puede desempeñar un rol importante en esto al permitir proporcionar las mejores prácticas para que las partes consideren su incorporación e implementación. Por eso, el Comité Científico, teniendo en cuenta los talleres interseccionales, ha recomendado que se designe un coordinador de varamiento de la CBI y un panel de expertos de apoyo. Argentina apoya firmemente esta iniciativa y espera que las recomendaciones sean adoptadas y, por supuesto, estamos dispuestos a contribuir con su desarrollo. Gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. Now the United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned under agenda item 13.3.1, the recent welfare workshop held in South Africa in May this year also considered cetacean strandings, specifically the development of practical guidance for the handling of stranding events, which present very significant and difficult welfare issues. The workshop in South Africa, which was informed by a preceding IWC workshop on international stranding response held in December 2015 in San Francisco, considered a series of case studies in some detail. As a result, it made a number of observations on a variety of issues, including potential actions to prevent strandings, possible approaches to tackling live strandings, and the importance of post-release monitoring, effective euthanasia techniques under different circumstances, difficulties associated with mass strandings events, the importance of appropriate health and safety measures during any rescue, and how to best manage media attention given the public nature of many strandings events. And certainly in the UK, we've had significant experience of this in recent months. Further to its review of the results of this workshop and the related workshop held in San Francisco last year, we welcome that the Scientific Committee has recommended the appointment of an IWC coordinator for strandings, backed by a team of experts. And on this, we associate with the comments made by New Zealand and Argentina. We believe this to be a valuable recommendation that would help the IWC further its role in developing appropriate responses to strandings around the world, and we fully support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Now I have IGO and NGO, so in the order first, IGO, please.
Thank you, Chair. Last month, the parties to ASCOBANS adopted Resolution 8.10 on small cetacean stranding response. And this resolution, among other things, recommends that best practice guidelines for stranding responses and necropsies be developed collaboratively with the IWC, ASCOBANS, and the European Cetacean Society. ASCOBANS therefore highly welcomes the recommendations of the IWC Scientific and Conservation Committees to establish an expert panel involving other organizations and developing best practice guidance in a coordinated fashion. And we are pleased to be given the opportunity to participate in this expert panel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see now India request the floor, so please, India.
Thank you, Chairman. On whale killing methods, India is of the view that more
need to be given to conservation and does not support over-exploitation, and therefore the moratorium on killing of whales should continue. India is of the view that IWC should develop a comprehensive plan of action to recover the depleted whale populations, which should address all the threats to the species, including fisheries by catch, ship strikes, ocean noise, sea pollution, and impact of climate change on sea ecosystems and marine biodiversity, including the whales and other cetaceans. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, India. Now the NGO, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sharon Livermore from the International Fund for Animal Welfare, and I speak on behalf of several NGOs, the full written list of which I will provide to the Secretariat with this statement. Strandings of cetaceans, both alive and dead, occur across the world. While live stranded animals can suffer greatly and sometimes taking prolonged periods of time to die, and sometimes well-meaning rescue attempts can actually make the situation worse. While there are some outstanding examples of responses to whale and dolphin strandings by governments, stranding networks and NGOs, all countries face challenges in responding and all can gain from the development of best practice. As the leading global body for cetacean conservation and science, the IWC can help with these situations. We have received recommendations from the Scientific Committee to establish a strandings coordinator and expert advisory panel, and we should try to do this. We also endorse the recommendations of the recent workshop on strandings, which recognised a clear role for the IWC in providing a framework that countries can adapt for their national circumstances and building capacity through the development of toolkits and protocols. The very successful model provided by the IWC's excellent work on large whale disentanglements is something we can learn from, and we should seek to share expertise and develop something similar for strandings. Finally, we urge the Commission to mainstream this work into its practices and budgets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With this intervention, I would like to close the floor for discussion under this agenda item. Now, I heard some rumors that Michael would like to hand over the chairmanship of this working group before its next meeting. So I'm not sure if you're already sure to do so, but I'll just ask if there might be some candidates willing to take over. And I know it's extremely hard because Michael did such an excellent job in his role. It will be hard for anyone. So it might be that you will reconsider, but otherwise we have, of course, to respect your wish. So not just to know what's the last stand. So before I really ask once more if there are some other person willing to take over. Michael?
My legal advisors tell me that since the Secretariat refused to give me a 20-year long-term contract, that I should actually not assume the chairmanship next year. Actually, I cannot assume it because I will have other administrative duties in the framework of the IWC at the next meeting in Brazil. And I would like to take this opportunity, however, to thank all those who helped me in this chairmanship, and that would be the UK for keeping me informed at all times, the Secretariat and Simon, the rapporteurs, Harriet Gillett and her team, Pablo Sinovas in the case of our working group, and finally, if I may refer to them as the two Sarahs of the Secretariat, who are so perfectly informed, I'm sure they could have done a better job even than I in chairing this group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, once more for your excellent job, and I hope we'll have someone taking up, and thank you once more. Michael, thank you. Now, as I indicated earlier, I'm not intending to open any other business today. Before we close and before we have some special part of this afternoon session, I would like to ask the different groups still drafting if they may report on the progress. So I would like to give the floor to them. I see Japan first on the screen, so please Japan, then the US and Australia. So Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very happy to inform you that I have received draft proposed text on the draft resolution on limited means. And I am intending to, from EU, and I really appreciate the efforts done by EU. And I am wishing to organize or resume the session of my drafting group immediately after the end of this session at the Portoroz meeting room. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That's good news, and I won't be too long. So I ask immediately the US to inform us about their progress. So the US, please.
Thank you, Chair. I can actually update on 3 issues. The drafting group for IWC6610, the effectiveness resolution, met yesterday, and I think we will have a revised text out shortly or by this evening. For the Makita resolution, as well as the group that you put together to discuss ASW next steps, are both still in deliberations, but we are aiming to have text again either tonight or probably tomorrow on those issues, early tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. For the special permits resolution, we are intending to have that submitted to the Secretariat very shortly, so before the 6 p.m. deadline. So we'll be prepared to reopen that agenda item tomorrow morning at your wish. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone involved in the drafting groups and the consultation. It included NGOs as well as parties. It included parties who are unlikely to support the resolution, but were part in a very constructive way of contributing to the text, and I think that bodes well. With thanks to those who have contributed to the text so far, and we look forward to the discussion tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. I would like just to let you know that tomorrow morning, or when we start at 9, we will, as seen and shown on the working plan, start with scientific permits, so agenda item 14. Now, as there are now documents back, it might be possible that I will change the order if needed. So I ask you all to be prepared regarding all the agenda items foreseen for tomorrow's work, that as they may come up in a slightly different order than right now. I'll try to keep to the order foreseen, but we have now documents coming back. So just to facilitate, I hope you understand, and I'm sure you will be ready tomorrow when I call the different agenda items. Now, from my side, the last information will be that I just remind the colleagues, commissioners and alternate commissioners for tonight's reception at 7. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor, if you allow so, for a few minutes to the Swiss ambassador in Slovenia, Pierre-Yves Fuchs, who will give you some information, and you will be rewarded afterwards with a drink outside awaiting you. So please allow me to give the floor now to Switzerland. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to shortly, briefly introduce something that outside some young whales all painted, which are displayed outside the plenary room. It's a small exhibition of huge paintings in natural scale. It's a premiere, and the author is just beside me. It's Eric Alibert, an artist from Geneva, with us tonight. He intends to express the strength and the fragility of nature, as well as its mystery, in front of mankind. Whales are, for him, for the artist, a source of inspiration. Maybe, hopefully, these works will also stimulate reflection among us. That's why I'm very glad to share with you these works of art, and we are all welcome to meet the artist outside the lobby in order to share thoughts and to share a glass with him in company of these painted sentinels. So these are not the sentinels watching our badges, but whale sentinels painted by Eric Alibert. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And with this, I close today's session, and I wish you a nice evening. Thank you.